Section 89 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 89. A Real Patagonian, about 1880, by Lady Florence Dixie. We had not gone far when we saw a rider coming slowly toward us, and in a few minutes we found ourselves in the presence of a real Patagonian Indian. We reined in our horses when he got close to us to have a good look at him, and he doing the same. For a few minutes we stared at him to our heart's content, receiving in return as minute and careful a scrutiny from him. Whatever he may have thought of us, we thought him a singularly unprepossessing object, and for the sake of his race we hoped an unfavorable specimen of it. His dirty brown face, of which the principal feature was a pair of sharp black eyes, was half hidden by tangled masses of unkempt hair, held together by a handkerchief tied over his forehead, and his burly body was enveloped in a greasy guanaco capa, considerably the worse for wear. His feet were bare, but one of his heels was armed with a little wooden spur of curious and ingenious handiwork. Having completed his survey of our persons and exchanged a few guttural grunts with Gregorio, of which the purport was that he had lost some horses and was on their search, he galloped away, and glad to find some virtue in him, we were able to admire the easy grace with which he sat his well-bred-looking little horse, which, though considerably below his weight, was doubtless able to do its master good service. Continuing our way, we presently observed several mounted Indians sitting motionless on their horses like sentries on the summit of a tall ridge ahead of us, evidently watching our movements. At our approach they disappeared over the ridge, on the other side of which lay their camping ground. Cantering forward, we soon came in sight of the entire Indian camp, which was pitched in a broad valley plain, flanked on either side by steep bluffs and with a little stream flowing down its center. There were about a dozen big hide tents, in front of which stood crowds of men and women, watching our approach with lazy curiosity. Numbers of little children were disporting themselves in the stream, which we had to ford in order to get to the tents. 2 Indians, more inquisitive than their brethren, came out to meet us, both mounted on the same horse, and saluted us with much grinning and jabbering. On our arrival in the camp, we were soon encircled by a curious crowd, some of whose number gazed at us with stolid gravity, whilst others laughed and gesticulated as they discussed our appearance in their harsh guttural language, with a vivacious manner, which was quite at variance with the received traditions of the solemn bent of the Indian mind. Our accoutrements and clothes seemed to excite great interest, my riding boots in particular being objects of attentive examination, and apparently of much serious speculation. At first they were content to observe them from a distance, but presently a little boy was delegated by the elders to advance and give them a closer inspection. This he proceeded to do, coming toward me with great caution, and when near enough he stretched out his hand and touched the boots gently with the tips of his fingers. This exploit was greeted with roars of laughter and ejaculations, and emboldened by his success many now ventured to follow his example, some enterprising spirits extending their researches to the texture of my ulster, and one even going so far as to take my hand in his, while subjecting a little bracelet I wore to a profound and exhaustive scrutiny. Whilst they were thus occupied, I had leisure to observe their general appearance. I was not struck so much by their height as by their extraordinary development of chest and muscle. As regards their stature, I do not think the average height of the men exceeded 6 feet, and as my husband stands 6 feet 2 inches, I had a favorable opportunity for forming an accurate estimate. 1 or 2 there were certainly who towered far above him, but these were exceptions. The women were mostly of the ordinary height, though I noticed one who must have been quite 6 feet, if not more. The features of the pure-bred Tahuelche are extremely regular, and by no means unpleasant to look at. The nose is generally aquiline, the mouth well shaped and beautified by the whitest of teeth. The expression of the eye is intelligent, and the form of the whole head affords a favorable index to their mental capabilities. These remarks do not apply to the Tahuelche Tahauchas, in whose veins there is a mixture of Araucanian or Fuegian blood. The flat noses, oblique eyes, and badly proportioned figures of the latter make them most repulsive objects, and they are as different from a pure-bred Tahauche in every respect as Wheel of Fortune from an ordinary cart-horse. Their hair is long and coarse, and is worn parted in the middle, being prevented from falling over their faces by means of a handkerchief or fillet of some kind tied round the forehead. They have naturally little hair on the face, and such growth as may appear is carefully eradicated, a painful operation which many extend even to their eyebrows. Their dress is simple and consists of a chiripa, a piece of cloth round the loins, and the indispensable guanaco capa, which is hung loosely over the shoulders and held round the body by the hand, though it would obviously seem more convenient to have it secured round the waist with a belt of some kind. Their horse-hide boots are only worn for reasons of economy when hunting. The women dress like the men, except as regards the chiripa, instead of which they wear a loose kind of gown beneath the capa, which they fasten at the neck with a silver brooch or pin. The children are allowed to run about naked till they are 5 or 6 years old, and are then dressed like their elders, partly for ornament, partly also as a means of protection against the wind. A great many Indians paint their faces, their favorite colors, far as I could see, being red, though 1 or 2, I observed, had given the preference to a mixture of that color with black, a very diabolical appearance being the result of this combination. The Tahauchas are a race that is fast approaching extinction. Even at present it scarcely numbers 800 souls. They lead a rambling, nomadic existence, shifting their camping places from one region to another, whenever the game in their vicinity gets shy or scarce. It is fortunate for them that the immense numbers of guanaco and ostriches makes it an easy matter for them to find subsistence, as they are extremely lazy, and plentiful as game is around them, often pass 2 or 3 days without food, rather than incur the very slight exertion attendant on a day's hunting. But it is only the men who are cursed or blessed with this indolent spirit. The women are indefatigably industrious. All the work of a Tahaucha existence is done by them except hunting. When not employed in ordinary household work, they busy themselves in making guanaco capas, weaving gay-colored garters and fillets for the hair, working silver ornaments, and so forth. Not one of their least arduous tasks is that of collecting firewood, which always a scarce article becomes doubly hard to find, except by going great distances when they camp long in one place. But though treated thus unfairly as regards the division of labor, the women can by no means complain of want of devotion to them on the part of the men. Marriages are matters of great solemnity with them, and the tie is strictly kept. Husband and wife show great affection for each other, and both agree in extravagant love of their offspring, which they pet and spoil to their heart's content. The most prominent characteristic of the Tahauche is his easy-going good humor, for whereas most aboriginal races incline to silence and saturnine gravity, he is all smiles and chatter. The other good qualities of the race are fast disappearing under the influence of aguardiente, footnote, an intoxicating liquor, end of footnote, to the use of which they are getting more and more addicted, and soon it is to be feared they will become nothing more than a pack of impoverished, dirty, thieving ragamuffins. After having sat for some time on horseback in the center of the numerous circle above referred to, we dismounted, the act causing fresh animation and merriment in our interviewers, whose interest in us after a thorough examination had begun to flag somewhat. An object which greatly excited their feelings was a rifle belonging to my brother, and their delight knew no bounds when he dismounted and fired it off for their edification once or twice at a distant mark. At each discharge they set up a lusty howl of satisfaction, and nothing would do for them but for each to be allowed to handle the weapon and inspect its mechanism. There was a trader in the camp who had arrived about the same time as we did, and amongst other wares he had brought a rusty carbine with him for sale. He was called upon by the Indians to produce it and fire it off, to compare its qualities with those of my brother's rifle. This he proceeded to do, but 7 times in succession the cartridges missed fire. Each time this happened he was greeted with shouts of derisive laughter, and it was evident that both he and his weapon were the objects of most disparaging remarks on the part of the Tahauchas. One of them, a man of some humor, brought out a small piece of ostrich meat and offered it to the trader in exchange for his carbine, saying in broken Spanish, "Your gun never kill piece of meat as big as this. Your gun good to kill dead guanaco," at which witticism there was renewed and prolonged applause, as the newspapers say. End of section 89. This recording is in the public domain. Section 90 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 90. In Buenos Aires, 20th Century, by Hiram Bingham. A generation ago, the traveler to Buenos Aires was obliged to disembark in the stream 7 or 8 miles from the city, proceed in small boats over the shallow waters, and then clamber into huge ox carts and enjoy the last mile or two of his journey as best he could. Since then, extraordinary harbor improvements, costing millions of dollars, have been completed, and ocean steamers are now able to approach the city through dredged channels. Yet such has been the phenomenal growth of the port that the magnificent modern docks are already overcrowded, and the handling of cargo goes on very slowly, retarded by many exasperating delays. The regular passenger and mail steamers are given prompt attention, however, and the customs house examination is both speedy and courteous, in marked contrast to that at Rio. In years to come, the 2 other important ports of Argentina, Rosario, higher up the Rio de la Plata, and Bahia Blanca, farther down the Atlantic coast, are destined to grow at a rapid rate because of the better docking facilities they will be able to afford. Bahia Blanca in particular is destined to have a great future, as it is the natural outlet for the rapidly developing agricultural and pastoral region of southern Argentina. Buenos Aires, however, will always maintain her political and commercial supremacy. She is not only the capital of Argentina, but out of every 5 Argentinos, she claims at least one as a denizen of her narrow streets. Already ranking as the 2nd Latin city in the world, her population equals that of Madrid and Barcelona combined. Hardly has one left the docks on the way to the hotel before one is impressed with the commercial power of this great city. Your taxicab passes slowly through crowded streets where the heavy traffic retards your progress and gives you a chance to marvel at the great number of foreign banks, English, German, French, and Italian, that have taken possession of this quarter of the city. With their fine substantial buildings and their general appearance of solidity, they have a firm grip on the situation. One looks in vain for an American bank or agency of any well-known Wall Street house. American financial institutions are like the American merchant steamers, conspicuous by their absence. The Anglo-Saxons that you see briskly walking along the sidewalks are not Americans, but clean-shaven, red-cheeked, vigorous Britishers. In some ways this is an English colony. The majority of the people do not speak English except in the commercial district, and the Englishman is here on sufferance. But it is his railroads that tie this country together. It is his enterprises that have opened thousands of its square miles. And although the folly of his ancestors a century ago caused him to lose the political control of this purple land, the energy of his more recent forebears has given him a splendid heritage. Not only has he been able to pay large dividends to the British stockholders, who had such great faith in the future of Argentina, he has made many native Argentinos wealthy beyond the dreams of avarice. Landowners whose parents had not a single change of clothes are themselves considering how many motor cars to order. Their patronage sustains the finely appointed shops which make such a brave display on Florida and Cangalo streets. These streets may be so narrow that vehicles are only allowed to pass in one direction, but the shops are first class in every particular, and include the greatest variety of goods, from the latest creations of Parisian millinery to the most modern scientific instruments. Fine bookshops, large department stores, gorgeous restaurants, expensive to the last degree, emphasize the wealth and extravagance of the upper classes. It is hardly necessary to speak of the more usual evidences of great wealth: palatial residences that would attract attention even in Paris and New York, charming parks beautifully laid out on the shores of the great Rio de la Plata, and 1,000 luxurious automobiles of the latest pattern carrying all they can hold of Parisian millinery. One does not need to be told that this is a city of electric cars, telephones, and taxis. These we take for granted, but there is a characteristic feature of the city that is unexpected and striking: the central depots for imported thoroughbreds. Only a few doors from the great banks and railway offices are huge stables where magnificent blooded horses and cattle, sheep and pigs which have brought records of distinguished ancestry across the Atlantic, are offered for sale and command high prices. These permanent cattle shows are the natural rendezvous of the wealthy ranchmen and breeders who are sure to be found here during a part of each day while they are in town. So are foreigners desirous of purchasing ranches and reporters getting news from the interior. The cattle fairs offer ocular evidence of the wealth of the modern Argentino and the importance of the pastoral industry. There are over 100 million sheep on the pampas. Cattle and horses also are counted by the millions. The problems of Argentine agriculture and animal industries are being continually studied by the great landowners, who have already done much to improve the quality of their products. Argentina has worked hard to develop those industries that are dependent upon stock raising. The results have amply justified her. The exportation of frozen meat from Argentina amounts to nearly $20 million annually. Only recently, one of the best-known packing houses of Chicago opened a large plant here and is paying tribute to the excellence of the native stock. Every year, Argentina sends to Europe the carcasses of millions of sheep and cattle, as well as millions of bushels of wheat and corn, more in fact than we do. Of all the South American republics, she is our greatest natural competitor, and she knows it. Nevertheless, she lacks adequate resources of iron, coal, lumber, and water power, and notwithstanding a high protective tariff, can never hope to become a competitor in manufactured products. Argentina exports more than 3 times as much per capita as we do, and must do so in order to pay for the necessary importation of manufactured goods. It also means that she will always find it to her advantage to buy her goods from England, France, and Germany, where she sells her foodstuffs. Brazil can send us unlimited amounts of raw materials that we cannot raise at home, while at present Argentina has little to offer us. Yet we are already buying her wool and hides, and before long will undoubtedly be eating her beef and mutton. Footnote. This came to pass in 1914. End of footnote. As England has been doing for years. The number of North Americans in Buenos Aires is very small, while we have been slowly waking up to the fact that South America is something more than a land of revolutions and fevers. Our German cousins have entered the field on all sides. The Germans in southern Brazil are a negligible factor in international affairs, but the well-educated young German who is being sent out to capture South America commercially is a power to be reckoned with. He is going to damage England more truly than dreadnoughts or gigantic airships. He is worth our study as well as England's. Willing to acquit himself with and adapt himself to local prejudices, he has already made great strides in securing South American commerce for his fatherland. He has become a more useful member of the community than the Englishman. He has taken pains to learn the language thoroughly, and speaks it not only grammatically but idiomatically as well, something which the Anglo-Saxon almost never does. He has entered into the social life of the country with a much more gracious spirit than his competitors, and rarely segregates himself from the community in pursuing his pleasures as the English do. His natural prejudices against the Spanish way of doing things are not so strong. His steamers are just as luxurious and comfortable as the new English boats. It is said that even if the element of danger that always exists at sea is less on the British lines, the German boats treat their passengers with more consideration, giving them better food and better service. No wonder the Spanish-American likes the German better than he does the English or American. Already the English residents in Buenos Aires, who have regarded the River Plate as their peculiar province for many years, are galled beyond measure to see what strides the Germans have made in capturing the market for their manufactured products and in threatening their commercial supremacy. And neither English nor Germans are going to hold out a helping hand or welcome an American commercial invasion. Meanwhile, the Argentinos realize that their country cannot get along without foreign capital, much as they hate to see the foreigner made rich from the products of their rolling prairies. They realize also that they greatly need more immigrants. The population is barely 5 per square mile, and as a matter of fact is practically less than that, for so large a part of the entire population is crowded into the city and province of Buenos Aires. Consequently, they are doing all they can to encourage able-bodied immigrants to come from Italy and Spain. And the immigrants are coming. My ship brought 1,000. Other ships brought more than 300,000 in 1908. Argentina is not standing still, nor is she waiting for American enterprise. During 1908, considerably more than 2,000 vessels entered the ports of the Republic. 4. Flew the American flag. End of section 90. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 91 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Central America. Historical note. At the time of the coming of the Spaniards, Central America was inhabited by a race known as the Mayas. That this race was well along on the road to civilization is attested by the ruined cities that are scattered through the tropical jungles of Central America and Yucatan. In 1502, the coast of Central America was sighted by Columbus. A few years later, the country was subjugated by Spain, and until 1821 it was called Guatemala. In that year, Guatemala proclaimed its independence, but during the following year, what are now the 5 states, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, San Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala, were united in the Mexican Empire of Iturbide. 1 year later, they had freed themselves and had become the Republic of the United States of Central America. In 1839, this union was dissolved, and a second one, formed soon afterwards, was also dissolved. Indeed, the history of these states for many years has consisted of attempts to form an enduring union. End of section 91. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 92 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 92. A Sacrifice to Tohil by William T. Brigham. Tohil was a god of the Quiches, a powerful Indian tribe of western Guatemala at the time of the Spanish conquest. The editor. On the platform where Frank and I had stumbled over the confused piles of rubbish and tried in vain to trace the buildings, so distinct only 40 years before, the mighty Gucumats had built high the altar of the bloodthirsty Tohil, a steep pyramid in the center of the rebuilt comarca now called Utatlan. Our knowledge of the ceremonial of that Quiche worship is but slight, but enough is known to give an air of reality to the pile of rubbish that alone marks the site of the holy place of this ancient kingdom. I sat near the base of the altar, and the city walls arose about me. The ruin of 3 centuries departed, and again all was new and full of busy life. Around me, but at a suitable distance from the altar temple, were the palaces of the princes, built of cut stone and covered with the most brilliant white stucco. From the flat roofs of these massive dwellings floated banners of many colors and strange devices. Arches of evergreens and flowers spanned every entrance to this plaza, whose floor was of the smoothest, whitest stucco, and heaps of fragrant flowers were piled at the palace doorways, and about the great altar that towered like a mountain of light in the midst. All around me were the phantom forms of the Indios, clad in garments of rich colors, but silent and expectant. I seemed to know them all and understand their tongue. It was the most sacred festival of the year. The rains had ceased and the summer was beginning, and a summer at Utatlan was a delight unequaled in the outer world. For many months the high priest and king had hidden himself from the sight of man, high in the mountains that overlook the Quiche plain. In his Casa Verde he was engaged in prayer and meditation, while his only food was fruit and uncooked maize. His body was unclothed, but stained with dismal dyes, and twice every day, as the sun rose and set, he cut himself with an obsidian knife on his arms, legs, and tongue, that he might offer his choicest blood to the divinity he worshipped. Once only in his life must he do this, and scattered in the remote mountain hermitages were many nobles keeping him company in the spirit. These were the fathers of the young men who had not yet offered their blood, and had been selected to be the godchildren of their king and priest. In these lonely retreats the fathers taught their sons many duties, and drew their blood from the 5 wounds. The votaries had gathered from their various cells at the sound of the drum, which was beaten only on most solemn occasions, and were marching in procession to the plaza. I could see them as they filed onto the narrow causeway that led into the town, and then they were lost to sight as they climbed the steep ascent. In profound silence, these men and youths, naked as they were born, entered the enclosure and seated themselves at the foot of the altar steps. The solemn silence was now suddenly broken by a crash of trumpets and drums, while a procession of a different kind took up its march to the temple. Bright colors and the gleam of gold and precious stones, the clang of barbaric music, and the sound of holy songs reached the eye and ear as the idols, which had been carefully concealed since the last fiesta, were now brought to the palace of sacrifice. Strange things these were, not of heaven above, nor the earth beneath, nor of the waters which are under the earth, but carved from wood and stone, and decked with beaten gold, hung with jewels, and borne triumphantly on the shoulders of the noblest citizens. Then all was joy and bustle in the plaza. The hermits were clothed with new robes, and welcomed back with honor. The high priest put on his robes and mitre, and for a while the people gave themselves up to music and dancing and ball-playing. It seemed as if life had no other end, but a terrible solemnity was to come. Even among the dancers, I saw men clothed in a peculiar but rich garb, generally of another people, but not always foreign, and I knew that these men had for days before the festival gone freely through the town, entered any house, even the royal palace, where the food they sought was freely given them, and they were treated with marked respect. Outside the city walls were some of them, with collars about their necks, attended by 4 officers of the king's guard. Food and drink were free to these honored men, but they were captives taken in war, or perhaps men who were obnoxious to the king, and were to be sacrificed to Tohil. A terrible death awaited them, but they regarded their fate as a matter they could not help, and with Indian stolidity enjoyed the frolics of the people and smiled at care. It was strange to see how little anyone seemed to be affected by the certainly approaching death of their fellows. Everyone knew what was coming, but no dread anticipation marred the festive scene. The music ceased in the plaza. The chief idol was placed on the altar top, and the priests and nobles seized the victims by their hair and passed them, struggling, one by one up the steep steps of the altar, to the chief priest, who stood high on the sacrificatorio in the sight of all the people. There was no murmur, not even a shudder among the multitude, only the involuntary shrieks of the sacrifice, as the priest cut into his breast with the stone knife and tore out his quivering heart. Holding this in the golden spoon of the temple, he placed it reverently in the mouth of the idol, loudly chanting this prayer: Lord, hear us, for we are thine. Give us health, give us children and prosperity, that thy people may increase. Give us water in the rains, that we may be nourished and live. Hear our supplications, receive our prayers, assist us against our enemies, and grant us peace and quiet. And the people cried, So be it, O Lord. The body had been extended on a rounded sacrificial stone, and the neck held securely by the yoke, but now it was hurled down the side of the pyramid, where there were no steps, and those appointed carried the remains to the cauldron whither those who had the right came for the cooked meat, the hands and feet being reserved for the officiating priest. One by one the victims were offered to the idol, while the pyramid was no longer white but crimson, and their death shrieks were ringing in my ears, when Frank laid his hand on my shoulder and asked if I was asleep. Called back to deserted ruins and the humdrum present, I could not entirely shake off the impression of the past. On that little mound where we were sitting so peacefully, hundreds, yes, thousands of our fellow men had writhed in agony to satisfy the enmity of their fellows, or to be an acceptable offering to the gods, who were supposed to be their creators. End of section 92. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 93 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Copan by Joaquin Miller. Deep in the mountains of Honduras is a level plain whereon stand the ruins of a city. There are remains of palaces, temples, and other public buildings. There are bits of stone pavements, fragments of colossal statues, columns, and pyramids. There are sewers made of stone and cement. There are portions of what were once massive stairways, and there are obelisks covered with hieroglyphics. The builders of this city, and of others equally mysterious, must have lived in Honduras long before the coming of the Spaniards, long before Columbus discovered America. But who they were, and when they lived, are as yet unanswered questions. The Editor. Far in the wildest canine wood, we found a city old, so old its very walls were turned to mould, and stately trees upon them stood. No history has mentioned it, no map has given it a place, the last dim trace of tribe and race, the world's forgetfulness is fit. It held one structure, grand and mossed, mighty as any castle sung, and old when oldest Ind was young, with threshold Christian never crossed. A temple builded to the sun, along whose sombre altar stone brown bleeding virgins had been strown like leaves, when leaves are crisp and dun, in ages ere the Sphinx was born, or Babylon had birth or morn. End of section 93. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 94 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 94, Balboa, 1513, by Thomas Buchanan Reed. Thomas Wentworth Higginson says, "It is exciting to hear how Balboa, crossing the Isthmus of Darien in 1513, came for the first time in sight of an unknown sea, the vast Pacific Ocean. How he knelt on the mountain top from which he saw it and thanked God for this great discovery, and how, descending to the shore, he waded in waist deep, and waving his sword, took possession of the ocean for the King of Spain, and pledged himself to defend it for his sovereign." The Editor. From San Domingo's crowded wharf, Fernandez' vessel bore, to seek in unknown lands afar the Indians' golden ore, and hid among the frighted casks, where none might see or know, was one of Spain's immortal men 300 years ago. But when the fading town and land had dropped below the sea, he met the captain face to face, and not a fear had he. "What villain thou?" Fernandez cried, "and wherefore serve us so?" "To be thy follower," he replied, 300 years ago. He wore a manly form and face, a courage firm and bold. His words fell on his comrades' hearts like precious drops of gold. They saw not his ambitious soul, he spoke it not, for lo, he stood among the common ranks 300 years ago. But when Fernandez' vessel lay in golden Darien, a murmur born of discontent grew loud among the men, and with the word there came the act, and with a sudden blow they raised Balboa from the ranks 300 years ago. And while he took command beneath the banner of his Lord, a mighty purpose grasped his soul as he had grasped the sword. He saw the mountain's fair blue height, whence golden waters flow. Then with his men he scaled the crags 300 years ago. He led them up through tangled brakes, the rivulet's sliding bed, and through the storm of poisoned darts from many an ambush shed. He gained the turret crag alone, and wept to see below an ocean boundless and unknown 300 years ago. And while he raised upon that height the banner of his Lord, the mighty purpose grasped him still, as still he grasped the sword. Then down he rushed with all his men, as headlong rivers flow, and plunged breast deep into the sea 300 years ago. And while he held above his head the conquering flag of Spain, he waved his gleaming sword and smote the waters of the main. For Rome, for Leon and Castile, thrice gave the cleaving blow, and thus Balboa claimed the sea 300 years ago. End of section 94. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 95 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The World's Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 25. Chief Nicaragua and the Spaniards, 1522, by Frederick Palmer. Gil González Dávila effected the conquest of Nicaragua in 1522 with 100 horses, 4 men, and his grand conceit and winning manners. He found a large indolent native population existing easily of the plentiful fish in the rivers and the products of the bountiful soil, divided into many tribes, and, in the highlands, sharing the Mayan civilization. The first chief he met was Nicoya, whom he told of the all-powerful Christian God who could send unbelievers to hellfire and believers to heaven. According to the persuasive Gil's reports to Spain, Nicoya concluded immediately in favour of bliss rather than burning, and he and all his followers were baptized. In return for salvation, Nicoya made Gil a present of all his gold idols and gold dust, to the value of 16,000 castellanos. Back in the hills was a mightier chief, Nicaragua, from whom the country takes its name. Nicoya warned Gil that Nicaragua might fight valiantly if angered, or if approached properly he might accept Christianity. So Gil sent an embassy with this message: "Tell him that a captain cometh, commissioned to these parts by the great king of the Christians, to tell all the lords of these lands that there is in the heavens, higher than the sun, one Lord, maker of all things, and that those believing and obeying him shall at death ascend to that loftiness, while disbelievers shall be driven into the fire beneath the earth. Tell him to be ready to hear and accept these truths, or else to prepare for battle." Nicaragua's answer was that of a proud and hospitable gentleman. "Tell those who sent you," he said, "that I know not their king, and therefore cannot do him homage; that I fear not their sharp swords, but love peace rather than war. Gold has little value, they are welcome to what I have. And in regard to the religion they teach, I will talk with them, and if I like it, I will adopt it." Gil now proposed an exchange of gifts before discussing spiritual affairs. In return for gold valued at 15,000 castellanos, he gave a shirt, a red cap, and a silk dress. After this successful bargain, he harangued Nicaragua on the value of Christianity, through the grace of the King of Spain. But Nicaragua begged to ask the missionary a few questions. "You who know so much of the maker and of the making of this world, tell me," he said, "of the great flood, and will there be another? In the universal end, will the earth be overturned, or will the sky fall and destroy us? Whence do the sun and moon obtain their light, and how will they lose it? How large are the stars? How are they held in the sky and moved about? Why are the nights made dark? and the winters cold. Why did not the Christian God make a better world? What honour is due him? And what rights and duties has man, under whose dominion are the beasts? Whither goes the soul, which you hold to be immortal, when it leaves the body? Does the Pope never die? And is the great King of Spain immortal? And why do the Christians so love gold? Hill answered all most satisfactorily, according to his accounts, though he does not say how. Came these men from heaven? Nicaragua asked of the interpreter. Yes, was the answer. But in what way? Asked Nicaragua. Directly down, like the flight of an arrow, or riding a cloud, or in a circuit like a bent bow? The interpreter's reply is not recorded. Possibly he said that this detail was known only to the King of Spain. After he had exercised his wits long enough, Nicaragua concluded, I see no harm in it. We cannot, however, give up our war paint and weapons, our gay decorations and dances, and become women. Then, according to Bancroft, upon a high mound, whose summit was reached by steps, Gil Gonzalez had planted the cross upon first entering the town. A procession headed by the Spanish and the native leaders now marched solemnly about the town and ascended the steps of the mound on their knees, chanting their hymns of praise the while. Proceeding to the temple, they erected there an altar, and jointly placed upon it the sacred emblem, in token the one of giving and the other of receiving the true faith. Hill says that in one day he personally catechized every one of the 9,017 natives. His exactitude about the number ought to be convincing to any skeptic. But peace in Nicaragua was transient. Hill's men were soon trying by treacherous attack to force such gold from the natives as they would not give. Other conquerors set claim to this land of treasure with its amiable people. Among them was Cortés. These quarrels were carried to the court of Spain, when not fought out on the spot, and while Guatemala was under single-headed authority, Nicaragua became the scene of the broils of fortune hunters, who set the example for the feuds of leaders and communities which followed independence. At the end of Spanish dominion in 1822, Nicaragua must have had nearly 2 million population. The prosperous cities of Granada and Leon each had 100,000. Then, for more than 30 years, the civil tumult of municipality against municipality, house against house, family against family, and neighbour against neighbour continued. Men of wealth were forced to beggary on the highways. The fertile plateau of the northern Midland was devastated and depopulated, until, by 1850, probably less than 500,000 people remained. End of section 95. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 96 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 96. William Walker, The Last of the Filibusters. 1853 to 1860, by Joaquin Miller. In 1853, William Walker, an American, led an expedition to conquer the Mexican state of Sonora and proclaimed himself its president. This scheme was not a success, and 2 years later he was ready to undertake another. This was to aid the land speculators in Nicaragua. 62 followers accompanied him to that country, and he was joined by a few natives. Victory came swiftly. He entered the city of Granada and was made Secretary of War and then Commander-in-Chief. The next step was his election as President of the country. Then came insurrection and defeat. Twice he set off with a small force to arouse a revolution in Honduras, but he was at length captured, tried by court-martial, and shot. The Editor. I lay this crude wreath on his dust. inwove with sad sweet memories, recalled here by these colder seas. I leave the wild bird with his trust, to sing and say him nothing wrong, I wake no rivalry of song. He lies low in the level sand, unsheltered from the tropic sun, and now of all he knew not one will speak him fair in that far land. Perhaps 'twas this that made me seek, disguised, his grave one winter tide, a weakness for the weaker side, a siding with the helpless weak. A palm not far held out a hand, hard by a long green bamboo swung, and bent like some great bow unstrung, and quivered like a willow wand. Beneath a broad banana's leaf, perched on its fruits that crooked hang, a bird in rainbow splendor sang, a low sad song of tempered grief. No sod, no sign, no cross nor stone, but at his side a cactus green upheld its lances long and keen. It stood in hot red sand alone, flat-palmed and fierce with lifted spears. One bloom of crimson crowned its head, a drop of blood so bright, so red, yet redolent of roses' tears. In my left hand I held a shell, all rosy-lipped and pearly red. I laid it by his lowly bed, for he did love so passing well the grand songs of the solemn sea. A shell, sing well, wild, with a will, when storms blow loud and birds be still, the wildest sea-song known to thee. I said some things with folded hands, soft whispered in the dim sea sound, and eyes held humbly to the ground, and frail knees sunken in the sands. He had done more than this for me, and yet I could not well do more. I turned me down the olive shore, and set a sad face to the sea. End of section 96. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 97 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Piotr Natter. Cargadores of Guatemala, 20th century. By Nevin O. The Indians are obliged by law to do carrying work across the country when desired and paid for their services. If the traveller is unable to get a cargador, an appeal to the proper official will secure one within a reasonable time. That official will, if necessary, arrest a man and lock him up overnight in the cabildo in order to have him on hand when wanted. They can only be obliged to go about a 2 days' journey from home and carry 100 pounds. Their wages are only a few cents per day in gold, so that their services do not come very high. In case of attempted overcharge, the Jefe, local governor, will settle all disputes, and he is generally very fair in his conclusions. Many of the cargadores use a framework called a carcaste in which to carry their loads. If one desires to engage the cargador, it is necessary to give him enough time to prepare tortillas for the journey. With a basket of these, a plenteous supply of coffee, a cup, and a few twigs for fire, the Indian is ready for the journey. He will not need to buy anything on the road except some fruit or a little white eye, the native brandy. Their excuse for this extra would be like the old Guatemalan who said, "One wants to get rid of his memory once in a while." At night they light their fires either in the public hall or out of doors under the brilliant starlit canopy, where they make their coffee and warm their tortillas. Embers of these fires may be seen on every hand as one journeys across the country. The men are unobtrusive, and even when gathered together in considerable numbers they are quiet if any strangers are present. Among themselves, however, they are gay and light-hearted, and seem to enjoy life. These cargadores are an ancient and honourable institution in Central America. From time immemorial they have transported baggage and produce from one part of the country to another, and they rather look upon the encroachment of railroads with disfavour, for it will curtail their business. They will carry a mule's load of 150 pounds at even a greater speed, averaging 5 or 6 miles an hour, for they travel at a sort of jog-trot. Some of the couriers in olden times were very fleet of foot, for they used to be kept busy in time of war before the introduction of the telegraph. President Rufino Barrios had a runner in his employ, of whom it is said that he carried a despatch 35 leagues into the interior and returned an answer in 36 hours, making the 210 miles over mountains at the rate of 6 miles an hour, including stops and delays for food and sleep. When equipped for the road, these men wear a costume consisting of short trousers, like bathing trunks, a little cotton shirt, and sandals made of cowhide. End of section 97. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 98 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Zunis. The World's Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 98. Happy Little Costa Rica, 20th Century, by Frederick Palmer. A Frenchman, Le Ferrier, writing of this little-known region 30 years ago in De Paris à Guatemala, says, "The Costa Ricans dislike wasting their resources in wars or war material, preferring the arts of peace and to welcome those bringing wealth from other countries." The policy and character of the old social order remain unchanged. Still talking of union, Costa Rica's instinct is as naturally for isolation as that of Switzerland. She has never been an aggressor against her neighbors, but if Central America is assailed, her response is immediate as a measure of self-protection. Without her assistance, William Walker, the filibuster, would not have been beaten in Nicaragua. Her little army administered the decisive defeat to his forces and then marched back from those unpleasant lowlands to its own pleasant highlands. Neighboring dictators have learned a wholesome respect for the men who have the qualities of the farmer and the planter, which the Boers exemplified. At a signal of danger they will, as Don Carlos Peralta said, come riding in from all directions, rifle in hand, confident of their ability to defeat any tatterdemalion lot of conscripts from the other republics. They have suffered presidents who grew autocratic and who won office by chicanery and ballot box stuffing. But every president has a check. He knows that he may look out of the window one morning to see men on horseback streaming into town, so public opinion exists and has an effect. Clannishness makes the Costa Ricans love company. Their fraternal feeling, which is the growth of time, leads to the greeting of brother as men pass, and other Central Americans have nicknamed them the brotherly people. While outlying regions wait on development, the population centers around San Jose the New and Cartago the old capital. San Jose is 1/3 the size of Guatemala City, and its first distinction to the approaching visitor is an electric car line, when he has seen none since leaving the city of Mexico. The streets are scrupulously clean and well paved. Sanitation is the hobby of the president, Gonzales Viquez, whom the weekly Life, for San Jose included in its free press a humorous weekly, always pictures with a mosquito on the top of his bald head, and one of the local newspapers is of the opinion that he is otherwise the head of a perfectly incapable administration and tells him so daily. No city of its size at home, and none is, of course, a capital, has so many attractive shops. That rich coffee land is prodigal, creating an extravagant people. If this year's crop is bad, why not live while you live? And no doubt next year's crop will be good. Senora and Senorita must have Parisian hats for the church parade and beautiful gowns for the opera. Imported dainties for the palate reappear in the store windows after being absent since leaving the city of Mexico. Costa Rica spends so freely that her foreign trade amounts to 5 times the average per capita of the other Central American countries. 10 million people of the Costa Rican type in Central America would soon change our attitude of disinterestedness. Then there would be a commercial prize on our borders worth having. The light-hearted Costa Rican is proudest of the beauty of his women and his opera house. What would be the use of the opera house if it were not for the beautiful women, as Don Carlos well said? Some of them are fair-haired and have blue eyes, a distinction worth a dowry to any San Jose girl. They are devoted to religion, and their influence sways fathers, husbands, and sons. Though freedom of worship is guaranteed, Costa Rica recognizes the church by an annual grant, and every Sunday morning the well-uniformed, European-appearing garrison marches to the cathedral, which is the only one I saw in Central America that was in repair. That crowning piece of Costa Rican extravagance, the National Opera House, which cost $1 million in this town of 20,000 people, is a tribute to their cultivated taste. We had not its equal in New York in architectural pretensions until the new theater was built, and on the American continent it is surpassed only by the national theaters in Mexico, Rio de Janeiro, and Buenos Aires. The marble for its staircase came from Italy. Artists were brought from abroad to paint the scenes of coffee and banana culture which should express the source of Costa Rican wealth. And the love of music is no affectation. It is a serious matter, with predilection for the Italian and French classics, and for rigid observance of stage conventions, and a discriminating exhibition of pleasure or displeasure over the performer's work. San Jose boasts its polo teams, its football 11, and baseball 9s. Nothing which belongs to a great world capital seems wanting, at least in miniature. There is a national fondness for beautiful parks and impressive public buildings. Though the Costa Ricans took relatively little interest in the Treaty of Washington, it was considered a national honor to have the Court of Peace sit in the one country which had been peaceful, and when Mr. Carnegie gave the money to build a palace for housing the judges at Cartago, the attitude changed to positive enthusiasm. A national library is building. An enormous penitentiary stands outside the town as an example of architectural pride. Future generations may grow up to it. At present, the guests are as lonely as the scattered few in a summer hotel just before the autumn closing time. The insane asylum, set in a garden of palms and flowers, might be mistaken for the suburban residence of some multimillionaire, but I should not call it an insane asylum. This is against the rules of modern science, as I was reminded by the director, educated in Germany, who showed me through a hospital modern in every respect. Whatever public institution I visited, the impression was the same. The National Museum was not a travesty. The art school had a score of busy pupils, boys and girls, and the high school and the girls' seminary lose little by any foreign comparison. While on the severely practical side, the public abattoir, well ordered in keeping with what doctors trained abroad had concluded was the best precedent, would not have been thought complete without an ornamental front to soften the thought of the butchery within to passers-by. And that new department store kept by a German. It opens up a world of gossip about bargains, and is a drain on many a coffee estate. But no Costa Rican woman, you may be sure, will ever allow any bargain to permit the sale of a rood of the family coffee land. Issue debentures, yes, but sell, never. From generation to generation the land is held, and its value, close to San Jose, would astound a Western farmer who owns a valuable wheat farm. That coffee plant is capricious. It grows better nowhere in the world than here. After all my ineffectual efforts to find out about exports and imports in the other countries, what a pleasure it was to be referred to a bureau which filled your pockets and arms with statistical information and your mind with confidence that the information was at least approximately correct. The Spanish-American custom of no land tax still prevails. Costa Rica is a country of landowners, large and small, and if one wants to borrow money instead of laying a mortgage, he can issue debentures on his property. Titles are clear and the books open to all to see whatever loan stands against any holding. Taxes are chiefly on imports and by weight, but under a more reasonable scale than elsewhere. But there is a fly in the amber. Proud little Costa Rica, so scrupulous about her national honor, has been defaulting the interest on her national debt for many years. She loved those handsome buildings, and paying for dead horses was most trying. However, be it said to her credit, Her citizens were always apologizing for the fact, which represented at least a stage of self-consciousness, and, at last accounts, arrangements were underway to settle with her creditors and begin a new career. End of section 98. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Amy Zunis.
Section 99 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke. Mexico, Part 1. Stories of the Aztecs. Historical Note. It is thought that before the coming of the Spaniards, Mexico had been occupied by at least 3 races. First were the Toltecs. They built cities some 50 miles from the present city of Mexico, so vast that their ruins have won for these people the name of the Builders. Early in the 12th century, the Chichimecas came upon them and drove them to the southward. The Chichimecas settled near Texcoco, and there they remained until in the 12th century some Nahuatlaca tribes came to that region. According to tradition, the Aztecs, one of these tribes, found it difficult to secure an abiding place for themselves and were told by their gods to build where they should see an eagle perched upon a prickly pear cactus and strangling a serpent. In obedience to this command, they settled upon some marshy islands in Lake Texcoco, where the city of Mexico now stands. The power of the Aztecs increased until the other tribes had become subordinate to them. In 1502, Montezuma II was elected ruler of the Aztecs, and he was on the throne at the coming of the Spaniards. The religion of the ancient Mexicans was the most bloodthirsty the world has known. Their favorite deity was the god of war, to whom were dedicated the prisoners taken in battle. His temple was in the shape of a pyramid, rising in successive terraces to an immense height, so that from all parts of the city the wretched captives could be seen as they were driven up the steps to the shrine at the top. Here they were stretched on a concave slab of jasper before the statue of the war god. Their hearts were cut out by the priest as a sacrifice, and their bodies were rolled down the steps for the captors to take home and eat at the feast of victory. In order to obtain enough victims for their ferocious deity, the Aztecs were obliged to make almost continuous war on neighboring tribes, and in battle to devote their energies rather to capturing their enemies than to slaying them. End of section 99. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 100 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. A Hymn of the Ancient Mexicans. This is addressed to Tetioinan, Mother of the Gods. The Editor. Hail to our Mother, who caused the yellow flowers to blossom, who scattered the seeds of the Magoi as she came forth from paradise. Hail to our Mother, who poured forth flowers in abundance, who scattered the seeds of the Magoi as she came forth from paradise. Hail to our Mother, who caused the yellow flowers to blossom, she who scattered the seeds of the Magoi as she came forth from paradise. Hail to our Mother, who poured forth white flowers in abundance, who scattered the seeds of the Magoi as she came forth from paradise. Hail to the goddess who shines in the thorn bush like a bright butterfly. Ho, she is our mother goddess of the earth. she supplies food in the desert to the wild beasts, and causes them to live. Thus, you see her to be an ever-fresh model of liberality toward all flesh. And as you see the goddess of earth do to the wild beasts, so also does she towards the green herbs and the fishes. End of section 100. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 101 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 101. Neswacoitl, King of the Tuscans, by William Hickling Prescott. The king was strict in the execution of his laws, though his natural disposition led him to temper justice with mercy. Many anecdotes are told of the benevolent interest he took in the concerns of his subjects, and of his anxiety to detect and reward merit even in the most humble. It was common for him to ramble among them in disguise, like the celebrated Caliph in the Arabian Nights, mingling freely in conversation and ascertaining their actual condition with his own eyes. On one such occasion, when attended only by a single lord, he met with a boy who was gathering sticks in a field for fuel. He inquired of him why he did not go into the neighboring forest, where he would find plenty of them, to which the lad answered, it was the king's wood, and he would punish him with death if he trespassed there. The royal forests were very extensive in Tezcuco, and were guarded by laws full as severe as those of the Norman tyrants in England. "What kind of man is your king?" asked the monarch, willing to learn the effect of these prohibitions on his own popularity. "A very hard man," answered the boy, "who denies his people what God has given them." Neswacoitl urged him not to mind such arbitrary laws, but to glean his sticks in the forest, as there was no one present who would betray him. But the boy sturdily refused, bluntly accusing the disguised king at the same time of being a traitor and of wishing to bring him into trouble. Neswacoitl, on returning to the palace, ordered the child and his parents to be summoned before him. They received the orders with astonishment, but on entering the presence, the boy at once recognized the person with whom he had discoursed so unceremoniously, and he was filled with consternation. The good-natured monarch, however, relieved his apprehensions by thanking him for the lesson he had given him, and at the same time commended his respect for the laws, and praised his parents for the manner in which they had trained their son. He then dismissed the parties with a liberal largesse, and afterwards mitigated the severity of the forest laws, so as to allow persons to gather any wood they might find on the ground, if they did not meddle with the standing timber. Another adventure is told of him with a poor woodman and his wife, who had brought their little load of billets for sale to the market-place at Tezcuco. The man was bitterly lamenting his hard lot and the difficulty with which he earned a wretched subsistence, while the master of the palace before which they were standing lived an idle life without toil, and with all the luxuries of the world at his command. He was going on in his complaints, when the good woman stopped him by reminding him that he might be overheard. He was so by Neswacoitl himself, who, standing screened from observation at a latticed window which overlooked the market, was amusing himself, as he was wont, with observing the common people chaffering in the square. He immediately ordered the querulous couple into his presence. They appeared, trembling and conscience-struck before him. The king gravely inquired what they had said. As they answered him truly, he told them they should reflect that if he had great treasures at his command, he had still greater calls for them, that far from leading an easy life, he was oppressed with a whole burden of government, and concluded by admonishing them to be more cautious in future, as walls had ears. He then ordered his officers to bring a quantity of cloth and a generous supply of cacao, the coin of the country, and dismissed them. "Go," said he, "with the little you now have, you will be rich, while with all my riches I shall still be poor." End of section 101. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 102 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Mexican Hieroglyphics. Photograph, page 482. The Mexican priesthood, being the educated class, were much concerned with the art of picture-writing, which they had developed to a stage quite above the rude figures of the American hunting tribes, and used systematically as a means of recording religious festivals and legends, as well as keeping calendars of years and recording the historical events which occurred in them. The main principle is pictorial. Gods are represented with their appropriate attributes, the fire god hurling his spear, the moon goddess with a shell, etc. The scenes of human life are pictures of warriors fighting with club and spear, men paddling in canoes, women spinning and weaving, etc. An important step toward phonetic writing appears, however, in the picture names of places and persons. The simplest forms of these depict the objects signified by the name, as where Chapultepec or Grasshopper Hill is represented by a grasshopper on a hill, or a stone with a cactus on it stands for Tenoch, or stone cactus, the founder of Tenochtitlan. The system had, however, risen a stage beyond this, when objects were drawn to represent not themselves, but the syllables forming their names, as where a trap, an eagle, a pricker, and a hand are put together not to represent these objects, but in order that the syllables of their names, Moquazuma, should spell the word Moctezuma. End of section 102. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 103 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 103. How an Aztec Boy Became a Knight, by Hubert Howe Bancroft. There were several military orders and titles which were bestowed as a reward for gallantry. One of them, the Knightly Order of the Tecutli, being restricted to the nobility. To obtain this rank, it was necessary, besides being of noble birth, to have given proof of the highest courage, and to have sufficient wealth to defray the enormous expenses attached to it. For 3 years before he was admitted, the candidate and his parents busied themselves in making ready for the ceremony, and in collecting rich garments, jewels, and golden ornaments as presents for the guests. When the time approached, the omens were consulted, and an auspicious day being selected, his relatives and friends, and a number of great nobles and Tecutlis were invited to a sumptuous banquet. On the morning of this all-important day, the company set forth in a body for the temple of Camaxtli, the Tlaxcaltec god of war, followed by a multitude of curious spectators, mainly of the lower orders. Arriving at the summit of the pyramid consecrated to the war god, the aspirant to knightly honors bowed down reverently before his altar. The high priest then approached him, and with a tiger's bone or an eagle's claw, perforated the cartilage of his nose in 2 places, inserting pieces of jet or obsidian, which remained until the year of his probation was passed, and were then replaced with golden beads and precious stones. This operation signified that he who aspired to the dignity of a Tecutli must be swift to overtake an enemy as the eagle, and fierce in battle as the tiger. Speaking in a loud voice, the high priest now begins to heap insults upon the candidate, who makes no answer, but stands meekly before him. His voice grows louder and louder. He brandishes his arms aloft and works himself into a fury. The assistant priests gather close around the object of the pontiff's wrath. They jostle him, they point their fingers sneeringly at him, and call him coward. For a moment the dark eyes of the victim gleam savagely. His hands close involuntarily. He is about to spring upon his tormentors, but with an effort he calms himself and remains passive as ever. That look makes the priests draw back, but only for an instant. They are upon him again, for they know that he is strong to endure, and they will prove him to the uttermost. Screaming vile epithets in his ears, they tear the garments piece by piece from his body, until nothing but the moxley is left, and the man stands bruised and almost naked in their midst. All is useless, however. Their victim is immovable, and at length he is left in peace. The candidate has now passed safely through his most trying ordeal, but that fierce look was a narrow escape. Had he lifted only a finger in resistance, he must have gone down from the temple, to be scorned and jeered at by the crowd below as one who had aspired to the dignity of a Tecutli, and yet could restrain his temper no better than a woman. All the long months of preparation would have been in vain. His parents would have wept for vexation and shame, and perchance he would even have been punished for sacrilege. But he is by no means yet a member of the coveted order. He is now conducted to a hall in the temple, where he commences his novitiate, or period of probation, with 4 days of penance, prayer, and fasting. During this time his powers of endurance are sorely taxed. The only furniture allowed him are a mat and a low stool, and his garments are of the coarsest description. At nightfall a priest brings to him a black ointment, wherewith to besmear his face, a few spines of the maguey plant with which to draw blood from his body, a censer, and some incense. His sole companions are 3 veteran warriors, who instruct him in his duties and keep him awake, for during the 4 days he must only sleep a few minutes at a time. If, overcome with drowsiness, he should exceed the limit, his guardians thrust the maguey thorns into his flesh, crying, "Awake! Awake! Learn to be vigilant and watchful. Keep your eyes open, that you may look to the interests of your vassals." At midnight, the candidate burns incense before the war god, and draws blood from various parts of his body. He then walks round the temple, and on his way burns paper and copal at the 4 sides of the building facing the cardinal points, letting fall upon each offering a few drops of his own blood. Once only in 24 hours he breaks his fast, and then the food, which is taken at midnight, consists only of 4 small dumplings of maize meal, each about the size of a walnut, and a little water. Even this he leaves untasted if he wishes to display extraordinary powers of endurance. The 4 days elapsed, he obtains permission from the high priest to complete his time of probation at some temple in his own city or district. For 2 or 3 months before his formal admission to the order, the relatives of the candidate make ready for the coming ceremony. A grand display is made of the rich attire and costly jewels prepared for him. Presents without stint are provided for the guests. A second banquet is made ready, and the whole house is decorated for the occasion. On the day appointed, the company assemble as before, and with music and dancing, the knight is borne toward the shrine of Camaxtli. Accompanied by his brother Tecutlis, he ascends the steps of the temple and respectfully salutes the god. The coarse garments are then removed, and his hair is bound in a knot with a red cord, to the ends of which are appended some feathers of brilliant plumage. He is now arrayed in a garb of rich material, including a tunic, adorned with a delicately embroidered device, the badge of his newly acquired rank. In his right hand are placed some arrows, and in his left a bow. The ceremony is completed by the high priest, who instructs him in his duties, tells him the names which he is to add to his own as a member of the order, describes to him the signs and devices which he must emblazon on his escutcheon, and exhorts him to be liberal and just, to love his country and his gods. The knight then descends into the court of the temple, and music and dancing are resumed until it is time for the banquet to commence. To the guests, at least, this was the most interesting feature of the day, for in front of each one were placed the presents intended for him, consisting of costly wares and ornaments, in such profusion that 2 slaves could with difficulty carry a single portion. On the following day, the servants and followers of the guests were feasted and presented with gifts, according to the means and liberality of the donor. The privileges of the Tecutlis were important and numerous. In council, their votes outweighed all others, and at feasts and ceremonies, in peace or in war, they always received the preference. The vast outlay needed to obtain this title debarred many who were really worthy of the distinction. In some instances, however, when a noble had won renown in war, but had not the means to pay for his initiation, the expenses were borne by the order, or by the governor of his province. End of section 103.
Section 104 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 104. How the Aztec King Passed His Time, Early Part of the 16th Century, by Hubert Howe Bancroft. The number of attendants attached to the royal houses was very great. Every day, from sunrise until sunset, the antechambers of Montezuma's residence in the capital were thronged with nobles who discussed in low tones the topics of the day, for it was considered disrespectful to speak loudly within the walls of the palace. They took their meals from the dishes provided for the royal table, as did after them their own servants, of whom each one was entitled to a certain number according to his rank. These retainers filled several of the outer courts during the day, numbering in all some 2,000 or 3,000. The king took his meals alone in one of the largest halls of the palace. In cold weather a fire was kindled of charcoal, made of the bark of trees, which emitted no smoke but gave forth a delicious perfume, and to protect him from the heat a screen, ornamented with gold and carved with figures of idols, was placed between his person and the fire. He was seated on a low leathern cushion covered with soft skins, and his table, which was of a similar description, though larger and higher, was covered with white cloths of the finest texture. The dinner service was of the finest wares of Cholulu, and many of the goblets were of gold and silver, or of beautiful shells. The viands included all descriptions of fish, flesh, and fowl that could be procured in the empire or imported from beyond it. Relays of courtiers were employed in bringing delicacies from afar, and it is said that the royal table was every day supplied with fish brought from the sea-coast more than 50 leagues distant. There were skilful cooks among the Aztecs, and in preparing the royal banquets there was almost as much variety in the cooking as in the materials used. Meats, fish, and poultry, roasted, stewed, and boiled, were served up in every style, and among them were many curious messes, such as frog spawn and stewed ants seasoned with chili. But strangest of all the compounds that made up the royal cart was one highly seasoned dish, so carefully prepared that its principal ingredient was completely disguised, that ingredient being human flesh. Bread of many varieties, all more or less resembling the modern tortilla or unleavened cake of maize, and tamales of various descriptions, the tamale being a compound of meat, vegetables, herbs, and lard, coated with maize dough and wrapped in a corn husk, formed a portion of each repast. As to the quantities of food prepared for these meals, authorities differ, but it must have been enormous, for the lowest estimate places the number of dishes at 300 and the highest at 3,000. They were brought into the hall by pages of noble birth, who placed their burdens upon the matted floor and retired noiselessly. The monarch then pointed out the viands of which he desired to partake, or left the selection to his steward, who alone was privileged to place them upon his table. Everything being in readiness, a number of beautiful women entered, bearing water in round vessels in which the king might wash his hands, and towels wherewith to dry them. At this same time 2 other women brought him small loaves of bread, made of the finest maize flour, beaten up with eggs. This done, a wooden screen, carved and gilt, was placed before him, that none might see him eat, except the 5 or 6 aged lords who on these occasions stood in the presence of royalty, barefooted and with bowed heads. To these, as a special mark of favour, the monarch occasionally sent a choice morsel from his own plate. During his meal the king sometimes amused himself with watching the performances of his jugglers and tumblers, and at other times there was dancing, accompanied with singing and music. There were always present dwarfs and professional jesters who were allowed to speak, a liberty denied to all others under penalty of death, and as one of the privileges of their calling, to tell sharp truths in guise of jests. The more solid food was followed by pastry, sweetmeats, and a variety of fruits. The only beverage served at the meal was chocolate, which was taken with a spoon finely wrought of gold or shell from a goblet of the same material. His repast concluded, the king again washed his hands in water brought to him as before, and then, after inhaling from a gilt and painted pipe the smoke of a mixture of liquid amber and tobacco, he took his siesta. The after-dinner hours Montezuma devoted to affairs of state, giving audience to foreign ambassadors, to deputations from various portions of his empire, and to such of his lords and nobles as had business to transact with him. Before entering the presence chamber, all except those of royal blood were required to leave their sandals at the door, to cover their rich dresses with a large coarse mantle, and to approach the monarch barefooted and with downcast eyes, for the subject who should dare to look the sovereign in the face was surely put to death. The king usually made answer through his secretaries, or when he deigned to reply directly, spoke in a tone of voice almost inaudible. Nevertheless, he listened attentively to all that was said to him, and encouraged those who, from diffidence or embarrassment, found difficulty in speaking, each one, when dismissed, retiring with his face toward the royal throne. The business of the day thus concluded, the monarch again gave himself up to pleasure, passing his time in familiar badinage with his jesters, in listening to ballad singers who sang of war and the glorious deeds of his ancestors, or in watching the feats of strength and sleight of hand of his acrobats and jugglers. Thrice each day he changed his dress, and a garment once worn was never used again. The Aztec monarchs seldom appeared in state among their people, though we are told that they would sometimes go forth in disguise to see that none of the religious ceremonies were omitted, to ascertain whether the laws were observed, and probably to learn the true state of public opinion with regard to themselves. When they did appear, however, the parade was in keeping with their other observances. On these occasions the king was seated in a magnificent litter, covered with a canopy of feather work, adorned with gold and precious stones, and borne on the shoulders of 4 noblemen. He was attended by a vast multitude of courtiers, who walked in silence and with downcast eyes, the procession being headed by an official carrying 3 wands, whose duty it was to give warning of his approach. In addition to the host of retainers already mentioned, there were innumerable servants and officials attached to the royal household, such as butlers, stewards, and cooks, treasurers, secretaries, scribes, military officers, superintendents of the royal granaries and arsenals, and those employed under them. Numbers of artisans were constantly engaged in repairing old buildings and erecting new ones, and a small army of jewelers and workers in precious metals was maintained permanently at the palace for the purpose of supplying the king and court with their costly ornaments. The enormous expense of supporting the monarch's household was defrayed by the people, who were sorely oppressed by over-taxation. The entire management was entrusted to a head steward who, with the help of his secretaries, kept minute hieroglyphic records of the royal revenue, and it is said that at the time of the conquest one of the palace apartments was filled with these records. End of Section 104. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 105 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Jared Starr. Mexico Part 2. The Coming of the Spaniards. Historical note. When Cortés first landed in Mexico, on the spot where Veracruz now stands, the Aztecs met him in most friendly fashion. They told him that the governor of their province was Tohil, but that far inland dwelt the great Montezuma, the mighty ruler of the whole land. Cortés assured them of his friendly intentions, and said that he desired to meet their governor. This meeting was accomplished, and he then pushed on to the city of Mexico. Montezuma tried his best to induce the Spaniards to remain away from his capital, but he still refused to fight them, for, according to national tradition, the god Quetzalcoatl would someday return to Mexico, with beard and a white skin, and the king was half convinced that these invaders might be of the race of the sun. At length the Spaniards entered the city, and fortified themselves in one of the palaces. As the attitude of the Mexicans grew menacing, Cortés seized Montezuma, and compelled him to acknowledge the authority of Spain, and to pay an immense ransom. Soon after, he was stoned to death by his own subjects for having submitted to Cortés. His successor led a furious attack on the handful of Spaniards, who were forced to retreat after losing many of their men. Having recruited fresh forces, Cortés marched again to the city, which he captured after a long and desperate siege. The Aztec king was seized and executed, and all Mexico submitted to Spanish rule. End of Section 105. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 106 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The World's Story, Volume 11. Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 106. Has the god Quetzalcoatl come to Mexico? Year 1519. By William Hickling Prescott. Teotlile arrived, as he had announced, before noon. He was attended by a numerous train, and was met by Cortés, who conducted him with much ceremony to his tent, where his principal officers were assembled. The Aztec chief returned their salutations with polite, though formal courtesy. Mass was first said by Father Olmedo, and the service was listened to by Teotlile and his attendants with decent reverence. A collation was afterwards served, at which the general entertained his guests with Spanish wines and confections. The interpreters were then introduced, and a conversation commenced between the parties. The first inquiries of Teotlile were respecting the country of the strangers and the purport of their visit. Cortés told him that he was the subject of a potent monarch beyond the seas, who ruled over an immense empire and had kings and princes for his vassals, that, acquainted with the greatness of the Mexican emperor, his master had desired to enter into a communication with him, and had sent him as his envoy to wait on Montezuma with a present in token of his goodwill, and a message which he must deliver in person. He concluded by inquiring of Teotlile when he could be admitted to his sovereign's presence. To this the Aztec noble somewhat haughtily replied, "How is it that you have been here only 2 days and demand to see the Emperor?" He then added, with more courtesy, that he was surprised to learn there was another monarch as powerful as Montezuma, but that if it were so, he had no doubt his master would be happy to communicate with him. He would send his couriers with the royal gift brought by the Spanish commander, and, so soon as he had learned Montezuma's will, would communicate it. Teutrile then commanded his slaves to bring forward the present intended for the Spanish general. It consisted of 10 loads of fine cottons, several mantles of that curious feather work whose rich and delicate dyes might vie with the most beautiful painting, a wicker basket filled with ornaments of wrought gold, all calculated to inspire the Spaniards with high ideas of the wealth and mechanical ingenuity of the Mexicans. Cortés received these presents with suitable acknowledgments, and ordered his own attendants to lay before the chief the articles designed for Montezuma. These were an armchair richly carved and painted, a crimson cap of cloth, having a gold medal emblazoned with St. George and the Dragon, and a quantity of collars, bracelets, and other ornaments of cut glass, which in a country where glass was not to be had, might claim to have the value of real gems, and no doubt passed for such with the inexperienced Mexican. Teutrile observed a soldier in the camp with a shining gilt helmet on his head, which he said reminded him of one worn by the god Quetzalcoatl in Mexico, and he showed a desire that Montezuma should see it. The coming of the Spaniards was associated with some traditions of the same deity. Cortés expressed his willingness that the cask should be sent to the Emperor, intimating a hope that it would be returned filled with the gold dust of the country, that he might be able to compare its quality with that in his own. He further told the Governor, as we are informed by his chaplain, that the Spaniards were troubled with a disease of the heart, for which gold was a specific remedy. In short, says Las Casas, he contrived to make his want of gold very clear to the Governor. While these things were passing, Cortés observed one of Teutlile's attendants busy with a pencil, apparently delineating some object. On looking at his work, he found that it was a sketch on canvas of the Spaniards, their costumes, arms, and in short different objects of interest, giving to each its appropriate form and colour. This was the celebrated picture writing of the Aztecs, and as Teutlile informed him, this man was employed in portraying the various objects for the eye of Montezuma, who would thus gather a more vivid notion of their appearance than from any description by words. Cortés was pleased with the idea, and as he knew how much the effect will be heightened by converting still life into action, he ordered out the cavalry on the beach, the wet sands of which afforded a firm footing for the horses. The bold and rapid movements of the troops, as they went through their military exercises, the apparent ease with which they managed the fiery animals on which they were mounted, the glancing of their weapons, and the shrill cry of the trumpet, all filled the spectators with astonishment. But when they heard the thunders of the cannon, which Cortés ordered to be fired at the same time, and witnessed the volumes of smoke and flame issuing from these terrible engines, and the rushing sound of the balls as they dashed through the trees of the neighbouring forest, shivering their branches into fragments, they were filled with consternation, from which the Aztec chief himself was not wholly free. Nothing of all this was lost on the painters, who faithfully recorded, after their fashion, every particular, not omitting the ships, the water houses, as they called them, of the strangers, which, with their dark hulls and snow-white sails reflected from the water, were swinging lazily at anchor on the calm bosom of the bay. All was depicted with a fidelity that excited in their turn the admiration of the Spaniards, who, doubtless unprepared for this exhibition of skill, greatly overestimated the merits of the execution. These various matters ended, Teutlile with his attendants withdrew from the Spanish quarters with the same ceremony with which he had entered them, leaving orders that his people should supply the troops with provisions and other articles requisite for their accommodation, till further orders from the capital. Teutlile promptly sent messengers to Montezuma to tell him of the coming of the strangers. Now, from the appearance of comets and other signs, the subjects of the king believed that Quetzalcoatl himself was about to visit his people. It was possible that among these fair-skinned visitors was the god of the sun. It was also possible that they might be enemies. Montezuma decided to send an embassy to them, bearing magnificent presents to impress them with his power and wealth, but forbidding them to come any nearer to his capital city. At the expiration of 7 or 8 days at most, the Mexican embassy presented itself before the camp. It may seem an incredibly short space of time, considering the distance of the capital was near 70 leagues, but it may be remembered that tidings were carried there by means of posts, as already noticed, in the brief space of 24 hours, and 4 or 5 days would suffice for the descent of the envoys to the coast, accustomed as the Mexicans were to long and rapid travelling. At all events, no writer states the period occupied by the Indian emissaries on this occasion as longer than that mentioned. The embassy, consisting of 2 Aztec nobles, was accompanied by the governor, Tohil, and by 100 slaves bearing the princely gifts of Montezuma. One of the envoys had been selected on account of the great resemblance which, as appeared from the painting representing the camp, he bore to the Spanish commander, and it is a proof of the fidelity of the painting that the soldiers recognized the resemblance and always distinguished the chief by the name of the "Mexican Cortés." On entering the general's pavilion, the ambassadors saluted him and his officers with the usual signs of reverence to persons of great consideration, touching the ground with their hands and then carrying them to their heads, while the air was filled with clouds of incense, which rose up from the censer borne by their attendants. Some delicately wrought mats of the country were then unrolled, and on them the slaves displayed the various articles that they brought. They were of the most miscellaneous kind: shields, helmets, cuirasses embossed with plates and ornaments of pure gold, collars and bracelets of the same metal, sandals, fans, panaches, and crests of variegated feathers, intermingled with gold and silver thread, and sprinkled with pearls and precious stones. Imitations of birds and animals in wrought and cast gold and silver of exquisite workmanship, coverlets and robes of cotton fine as silk, of rich and various dyes, interwoven with feather work that rivalled the delicacy of painting. There were more than 30 loads of cotton cloth in addition. Among the articles was the Spanish helmet sent to the capital and now returned, filled to the brim with grains of gold. But the things which excited the most admiration were 2 circular plates of gold and silver, "as large as carriage wheels." One, representing the sun, was richly carved with plants and animals, no doubt denoting the Aztec century. It was 30 palms in circumference, and was valued at 20,000 pesos de oro. The silver wheel of the same size weighted 50 marks, about 25 pounds. The Spaniards could not conceal their rapture at the exhibition of treasures which so far surpassed all the dreams in which they had indulged; for, rich as were the materials, they were exceeded, according to the testimony of those who saw these articles afterwards in Seville, where they could coolly examine them, by the beauty and richness of the workmanship. When Cortés and his officers had completed their survey, the ambassadors courteously delivered the message of Montezuma. It gave their master great pleasure, they said, to hold this communication with so powerful a monarch as the King of Spain, for whom he felt the most profound respect. He regretted much that he could not enjoy a personal interview with the Spaniards, but the distance of his capital was too great, since the journey was beset with difficulties, and with too many dangers from formidable enemies, to make it possible. All that could be done, therefore, was for the strangers to return to their own land, with the proofs thus afforded them of his friendly disposition. Cortés, though much chagrined at this decided refusal of Montezuma to admit his visit, concealed his mortification as he best might, and politely expressed his sense of the Emperor's munificence. It made him only the more desirous, he said, to have a personal interview with him. He should feel it, indeed, impossible to present himself again before his own sovereign without having accomplished this great object of his voyage, and one who had sailed over 2,000 leagues of ocean held lightly the perils of fatigues of so short a journey by land. He once more requested them to become the bearers of his message to their master, together with a slight additional token of his respect. This consisted of a few fine Holland shirts, a Florentine goblet, gilt and somewhat curiously enamelled, with some toys of little value, a sorry return for the solid magnificence of the royal present. The ambassadors may have thought as much. At least they showed no alacrity in charging themselves either with the present or the message, and on quitting the Castilian quarters repeated their assurance that the general's application would be unavailing. The splendid treasure, which now lay dazzling the eyes of the Spaniards, raised in their bosom very different emotions, according to the difference of their characters. Some it stimulated with the ardent desire to strike at once into the interior and possess themselves of a country which teemed with such boundless stores of wealth. Others looked on it as the evidence of a power altogether too formidable to be encountered with their present insignificant force. They thought, therefore, it would be most prudent to return and report their proceedings to the Governor of Cuba, where preparations could be made commensurate with so vast an undertaking. There can be little doubt as to the impression made on the bold spirit of Cortés, on which difficulties ever acted as incentives rather than discouragements to enterprise, but he prudently said nothing, at least in public, preferring that so important a movement should flow from the determination of his whole army rather than from his own individual opinion. Meanwhile the soldiers suffered greatly from the inconveniences of their position amidst burning sands and the pestilent effluvia of the neighbouring marshes, while the venomous insects of these hot regions left them no repose day or night. 30 of their number had already sickened and died, a loss that could ill be afforded by the little band. To add to their troubles, the coldness of the Mexican chiefs had extended to their followers, and the supplies for the camp were not only much diminished, but the prices set on them were exorbitant. The position was equally unfavourable for the shipping, which lay in an open roadstead, exposed to the fury of the first norte which should sweep the Mexican Gulf. The General was induced by these circumstances to dispatch 2 vessels under Francisco de Montejo with the experienced Alaminos for his pilot to explore the coast in a northerly direction, and see if a safer port and more commodious quarters for the army could not be found there. After the lapse of 10 days, the Mexican envoys returned. They entered the Spanish quarters with the same formality as on the former visit, bearing with them an additional present of rich stuffs and metallic ornaments, which, though inferior in value to those before brought, were estimated at 3,000 ounces of gold. Besides these, there were 4 precious stones of a considerable size, resembling emeralds, called by the natives chalchuites, each of which, as they assured the Spaniards, was worth more than a load of gold, and was designed as a mark of particular respect for the Spanish monarch. Unfortunately, they were not worth as many loads of earth in Europe. Montezuma's answer was in substance the same as before. It contained a positive prohibition for the strangers to advance nearer to the capital, and expressed the confidence that, now that they had obtained what they had most desired, they would return to their own country without unnecessary delay. Cortés received this unpalatable response courteously, though somewhat coldly, and turning to his officers exclaimed, "This is a rich and powerful prince indeed, yet it shall go hard but we will one day pay him a visit in his capital." End of section 106. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 107 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 107. The King Without a Throne by Hubert Howe Bancroft. The Spaniards approached the capital and were met by a procession of more than 1,000 nobles and merchants, arrayed in embroidered robes and with jewellery of pendant stones and gold. Passing in file before their visitors, they touched the earth with their hands, carrying the fingers to the lip in token of respect. At the junction of the causeway with the main avenue of the city was a wooden bridge 10 paces in width. On this spot the Captain-General dismounted to await the arrival of the Emperor, who, borne in solitary grandeur through the ranks of his nobles, lords, and court dignitaries, all of them marching with bare feet and bowed heads, descended from his richly adorned litter and with the dignified mien of an Aztec sovereign, advanced toward Cortes. Above his head 4 chieftains held a canopy covered with green feathers, adorned with gold and silver and jewels, and before him attendants swept the path and spread tapestry, lest the imperial feet should be soiled by contact with the earth. The monarch was arrayed in a blue tumultly, or mantle, which, bordered with gold and richly embroidered and jewelled, hung in loose folds from the neck. On his head was a mitred crown of gold and plumes, on his feet were golden sandals, their fastenings embossed with precious stones. Saluting Cortes with the grace of an old-world monarch, Montezuma presented him a bouquet of flowers in token of welcome. In return, the Spaniard took from his person and placed around the neck of the emperor a necklace of glass in the form of pearls and diamonds, strung on cords of gold and scented with musk. With these baubles, false as were the assurances of friendship that accompanied them, the sovereign pretended to be pleased, and after many expressions of good will, returned to his palace. The Spaniards then marched into the capital. In front were scouts on horseback, followed by the cavalry, at the head of which rode the captain-general. Then came the infantry with the artillery and baggage in the center, and last the allies. The streets, which had been deserted in deference to the emperor, were now alive with spectators who thronged the lanes, the windows, and the roofs. At the plaza, from which rose the huge pyramid temple, surrounded on all sides by palatial structures, the procession turned to the right, and Cortes was escorted up the steps of a palace facing the eastern side of the temple enclosure. Hence, through a courtyard shaded with colored awnings and cooled with fountains, Montezuma conducted him in person into a spacious hall, and seated him on a gilded dais bedecked with jewels. Malinche, he said, the word meaning companion of Marina, the attendant of Cortes, everything in the palace is at your disposal, and every want shall be attended to. Then, with the courtesy of a monarch, he retired, while the Spaniards arranged their quarters and enjoyed the banquet spread before them by the emperor's servants. In the afternoon, Montezuma returned, attended by his suite, and expressing his delight at meeting such valiant men, declared that he had sought to prevent them from visiting the capital solely because his subjects feared them. He then related the myth of Quetzalcoatl, expressing his belief that the Spaniards were the predicted race. Hence, he said to Cortes, if we can believe the statement of the latter, be assured that we shall obey you and hold you as Lord Lieutenant of the great king. You may command in all my empire as you please, and shall be obeyed. All that we possess is at your disposal. The captain-general replied that his sovereign, the mightiest in the world, and the ruler of many great princes, was indeed Quetzalcoatl. He desired not, however, to interfere with the emperor's authority, and had sent his envoys only to serve him and instruct him in the true faith. A few days later, the visitors asked permission to erect a church in their own quarters, and with the help of native artisans, the work was completed in 3 days. While selecting a site for the altar, relates Bernal Diaz, the carpenter observed that an opening in the wall had been recently closed up and coated with plaster. Cortes, ever on his guard against treachery, immediately ordered the wall to be opened. Aladdin, on entering his cave, could not have been more astonished than were the Spaniards on stepping into the chamber thus exposed. Here were riches for them to their heart's content. Bars of gold were there, nuggets large and small, and figures implements and jewelry of the same metal. There was silver, there were embroidered and jeweled fabrics, and there were emeralds and precious stones. The commander allowed his followers to revel in ecstasy at the sight, but on their greed he set restraint. He had reasons of his own for not at that moment disturbing the treasures, and gave orders that the wall should be closed up, all being enjoined to keep secret the discovery. Already rumors in circulation among the Spaniards had roused anew the fears which had been soothed by the emperor's friendly and hospitable reception. It was even said that the nobles had prevailed on him to break down the bridges, arm the entire populace, and fall on the Spaniards with all his available strength. Whether these reports were originated by Cortes in order to carry out his plans cannot be determined. At least they served as an excuse for holding a council at which a most daring expedient was proposed and accepted. This was no less than to seize the person of the emperor and hold him as a hostage. If instead of committing this outrage, the Captain General had now been content to depart with his treasure from the capital, it is probable that the conquest of Mexico would have been completed without further bloodshed. There was in truth no foundation for the rumors. Montezuma desired the friendship of the strangers, and had even offered Cortes his daughter in marriage. His real reasons for such an unhallowed deed were best known to himself. He was zealous for his religion, burning with ambition, and deemed this the shortest and surest road to the full realization of his purposes. On the morrow Cortes sent word that he was about to visit the emperor, and ordering out small parties, as if for a stroll around the palace and the paths leading to it, gave them instructions to be ready for any emergency. 25 soldiers followed him in 2s and 3s to the audience chamber, all armed to the teeth, but as this was nothing unusual, no suspicion was aroused. Assuming a serious tone, the Captain General produced a letter from Vera Cruz containing information of an outrage committed, as was believed, at the Emperor's instigation, whereby several Spaniards had been slain. The latter indignantly denied the charge, and Cortes assured him that he believed it to be false, but as commander of the party he must account for their lives to the king and ascertain the truth. In this Montezuma said he would aid him, and calling a trusted officer, gave him a bracelet from his wrist bearing the imperial signet, and bade him conduct to Mexico the guilty parties. Cortes expressed his satisfaction, but added that in order to convince his men of the emperor's innocence, it would be advisable for him to remove to their quarters until the offenders were brought to justice. Montezuma was thunderstruck at this matchless impudence. He, the august sovereign, before whom princes fell prostrate, at whose word armies sprang into existence, and at whose name great potentates trembled, to be thus treated in his own palace by a score of men whom he had received as guests and loaded with presents. For a moment he stood mute, and the changing aspect of his countenance revealed the agitation of his mind. Then he declared that he would not go. They could always find him at his palace. At length, however, he yielded, and closely surrounded by the Spaniards, though merely, he was told, as a guard of honor, was borne on his litter through wondering and excited multitudes to the apartments of Cortes. Though not held a close prisoner, being permitted at times to visit under a strong escort his palaces, temples, and hunting grounds. The mere fact of his captivity was itself a burden almost greater than the monarch could bear. At first he was not unkindly treated, respect for his person being enforced among the Spaniards under severe penalties. It is related that one of the sentinels exclaimed in his hearing, "Confusion on this dog! By guarding him constantly, I am sick at stomach unto death." When informed of this insult, Cortes ordered the man to be publicly lashed in the soldiers' hall. We may presume, however, that the lash was not applied with undue severity. Within a fortnight after the seizure of Montezuma, a chieftain named Quapapaca, the ringleader in the disturbance already mentioned, made his appearance at the capital. As a Spanish historian relates, though his may not be the correct version of the matter, he confessed his guilt, and after some hesitation admitted that he had acted under the emperor's orders. This excuse availed him not, however, and he was at once condemned to the stake, together with his own son and the members of his suite, who had accompanied him to Mexico. Before the pyre was lit, Cortes presented himself before the emperor, and in a severe tone declared that his life was forfeit, but as he loved him for himself and for his generosity, he would inflict only a nominal punishment. He then turned on his heel, while one of the soldiers clasped round the prisoner's ankles a pair of shackles. For a moment Montezuma stood rooted to the ground. Then he groaned in anguish at this, the greatest indignity that could be offered to his sacred person. But the cup of his bitterness was not yet full. The kings of Tezcuco and Tlacopan and a number of the principal caciques were now in the Captain General's power. This was surely a good opportunity to exact of them an acknowledgment of Spanish sovereignty. He reminded the emperor of a promise already made to pay tribute, and required that he and his vassals should tender their allegiance. Instead of objecting as had been anticipated, Montezuma at once acquiesced, mainly for the reason, perhaps, that he imagined his consent would be followed by the departure of his persecutors. The chieftains and dignitaries of his court were summoned, and in their presence he declared that the long-expected race had arrived from the land of the rising sun, and demanded their allegiance in the name of Quetzalcoatl, to whom of right the sovereignty belonged. The gods had willed that their own generation should repair the omission of their ancestors. Hence, he continued, his words being probably dictated by the Spaniards, I pray that as you have hitherto honored and obeyed me as your lord, so you will henceforth honor and obey this great king, for he is your legitimate ruler, and in his place accept this mighty captain. All the tribute and service hitherto tendered to your emperor bestow upon him, for I must also serve him, and bestow upon him all that he may require. In doing so you will please me and fulfill your duty. The concluding words of the self-deposed monarch were choked with sobs, which in the humiliation of his soul he could no longer stifle. The courtiers and chieftains wept, and even the eyes of the Spaniards were dimmed with tears. End of section 107. This recording is in the public domain. Section 108 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 108. The Fall of the City of Mexico, 1521, by Jacob Abbott. It was on Tuesday the 13th of August, 1521, that the conflict ceased. The mighty empire of Mexico on that day perished, and there remained in its stead but a colony of Spain. On the very day of the capture of the city of Mexico, Cortes searched every spot where treasure could be found, and having collected everything of value, returned to his camp, giving thanks, he says, to our Lord for so signal a reward, and so desirable a victory as he has granted us. He continued for 3 or 4 days, searching eagerly for spoils, amid all the scenes of horror presented by the devastated city. All the gold and silver which were found were melted down, and 1/5 was set apart for the King of Spain, while the rest was divided among the Spaniards according to their rank and services. Among the spoils obtained in the city, says Cortes in his dispatch to Charles V, were many shields of gold, plumes, panaches, and other articles of so wonderful a character that language will not convey an idea of them, nor could a correct conception be formed of their rare excellence without seeing them. Still the booty which was gained fell far short of the expectation of the victors. The heroic Guatimozin, when the hope of successful defense had expired, determined that the conquerors should not be enriched by the treasures of the empire. A vast amount was consequently sent out in boats and sunk to the bottom of the lake. For a short time, however, exultation in view of their great victory caused both the commander and his soldiers to forget their disappointment. Love of glory for a moment triumphed over avarice. The native allies had been but tools in the hand of Cortes to subjugate the Mexicans. The deluded natives had thus also subjugated themselves. They were now powerless and the bond servants of the Spaniards. Cortes allowed them to sack the few remaining dwellings of the smoldering capital and to load themselves with such articles as might seem valuable to semi-barbarian eyes, but which would have no cash value in Spain. With this share of the plunder they were satisfied, and their camp resounded with revelry, as those fierce warriors with songs and dances exulted over the downfall of their ancient foes. Cortes thanked them for their assistance, praised them for their valor, and told them that they might now go home. They went home, soon to find that it was to them home no more. The stranger possessed their country, and they and their children were his slaves. In the Spanish camp, the victory was honored by a double celebration. The first was purely worldly, and religion was held entirely in abeyance. Bonfires blazed. Deep into the night, the drunken revelry resounded over the lake until Father Olmedo remonstrated against such godless wassail. The next day was appropriated to the religious celebration. The whole army was formed into a procession. The image of the peaceful Virgin was decorated with tattered, blackened, and blood-stained banners, beneath which the Christians had so successfully struggled against the heathen. With hymns and chants, and in the repetition of creeds and prayers, this piratic band of fanatics, crimson with the blood of the innocent, moved to an appointed sanctuary, where Father Olmedo preached an impressive sermon and solemnized the ordinance of the Mass. The sacrament was administered to Cortes and his captains, and with the imposing accompaniments of martial music and pealing artillery, thanksgivings were offered to God. But now came the hour for discontent and murmuring. The excitement was over. The din of arms was hushed. The beautiful city was entirely destroyed, and 200,000 of the wretched inhabitants, whose only crime against the Spaniards was that they defended their wives, their children, and their homes, were festering in the grave. In counting up their gains, these guilty men found that the whole sum amounted to but about $120,000. Their grievous disappointment vented itself in loud complainings, and was soon turned into rage. They accused Guatimozin of having secreted the treasure which had been hoarded up, and demanded that he should be put to the torture to compel him to disclose the place of concealment. Cortes, for a time, firmly refused to yield to this atrocious demand, but the clamor of the disaffected grew louder and louder, until at last Cortes was accused of being in agreement with Guatimozin that he might appropriate to his own use the secreted treasure. Thus goaded, Cortes infamously consented that the unhappy captive monarch should be put to the torture. The cacique of Tacuba, the companion of Guatimozin, and his highest officer, was put to the torture with him. Guatimozin had nothing to reveal. He could merely assert that the treasures of the city were thrown into the lake. With extraordinary fortitude he endured the agony, adding additional luster to a name already ennobled by the heroism with which he conducted the defence. His companion died upon this bed of agony. In the extremity of his torment, he turned an imploring eye toward the king. Guatimozin, it is recorded, observing his look, replied, "Am I, then, reposing upon a bed of flowers?" Cortes, who had reluctantly yielded to this atrocity, at last interposed and rescued the imperial sufferer. Cortes has much to answer for before the bar of this world's judgment. For many of his criminal acts some apology may be framed, but for the torture of Guatimozin he stands condemned without excuse. No voice will plead his cause. Cortes seemed to be fully aware that it was not a creditable story for him to tell, and in his dispatches to the King of Spain he made no allusion to the event. It was a grievous disappointment to Cortes that so little treasure was obtained, for his ambition was roused to send immense sums to the Spanish court, that he might purchase high favour with his monarch, by thus proving the wealth and grandeur of the kingdom he had subjugated. Cortes himself accompanied a party of practised divers upon the lake, and long and anxiously conducted the search, but the divers invariably returned from the oozy bottom of the lake empty-handed. No treasure could be found. For 300 years, while Mexico remained under Spanish rule, the anniversary of this victory was regularly celebrated with all the accompaniments of national rejoicing. End of section 108. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 109 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Statue of Cuauhtémoc. Photograph, page 516. This statue was raised in memory of Cuauhtémoc, last prince of the Aztecs, and the warriors who fought with him in 1521 in defence of their country. By order of Cortes, the prince was fiendishly tortured to make him reveal the hiding place of Montezuma's treasure. But the hero bore the infernal pain of the fire with admirable fortitude. When Tetelpanquetzal testified his own anguish by groans, and begged his prince to reveal the location of the gold, Cuauhtémoc rebuked him, saying coldly, "I am taking my pleasure in my bath." This dictum is proverbial in Mexico, and is employed when one has one's own troubles, yet is asked to bear those of others. Cortes either believed or pretended to believe that his prisoner was plotting against him, and ordered his execution. When brought to the fatal tree, Cuauhtémoc displayed the intrepid spirit worthy of his better days. "I knew what it was," he said, "to trust to your false promises, Malinche. I knew that you had destined me for this fate, since I did not fall by my own hand when you entered my city of Tenochtitlan. Why do you slay me so unjustly? God will demand it of you." Tetelpanquetzal, protesting his innocence, declared that he desired no better lot than to die by the side of his lord. The unfortunate princes, with one or more inferior nobles, were then executed by being hanged from the huge branches of a ceiba tree which overshadowed the road. August 21 of each year, the anniversary of the torture of the prince, a curious festival is held at the base of the monument. Aztec costumes are worn by the participants, Indian dances are performed, and the descendants of the great prince recall, in the Aztec language, the chief episodes of his life. End of section 109. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 110 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Jared Starr. Mexico Part 3. Modern Mexico. Historical note. From the time of Cortez until her final revolt against Spain in 1810, Mexico was under Spanish misrule and suffered from unbearable taxation, corruption of the courts of justice, and the granting of offices and privileges to those only who had been born in Spain. The land which now forms the state of Texas formerly belonged to Mexico. Texas fought herself free and became a part of the United States. Disagreements about the boundary arose, which led to war between Mexico and this country in 1846-48. In 1860, Mexico refused to make payments on money borrowed from foreign nations. This resulted in war with France, wherein the French were victors. Napoleon III hoped to found a French empire in America, and gave the crown of Mexico to Maximilian, brother of the Emperor of Austria. On the withdrawal of the French troops, Maximilian fell into the hands of ex-President Juarez and was executed. Juarez was then made president and held this position until his death in 1872. In 1877, Porfirio Diaz became president. Under his rule, the country made an amazing advance in material prosperity. Nevertheless, heavy taxation, the extortions of officials, and the impossibility of expressing the free will of the people at the polls became at length unendurable, and in 1910 there was an outbreak. Diaz was forced to resign and withdrew to Spain. Francisco Madero was elected in his place, but was unable to carry out the promised reforms, and uprisings soon broke out in various parts of the kingdom, which were suppressed with difficulty. In October 1912, General Felix Diaz, a nephew of the old dictator, attempted to seize Veracruz. He was captured, but instead of being executed in the accepted Mexican fashion, was imprisoned at the capital. In February 1913, a body of troops in the capital revolted, released Diaz, and attacked the National Palace. After 9 days of sanguinary but indecisive fighting in the heart of the city, two of Madero's generals, Huerta and Blanquet, deserted with their troops to the rebels. Madero was arrested and soon after assassinated, and Huerta was proclaimed provisional president. End of section 110. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 111 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 111. The Angels of Buena Vista, 1847, by John G. Whittier. In the war between the United States and Mexico, there took place at Buena Vista what has been called the most brilliant battle of the war. The kindly Mexican women hastened to the field to aid the wounded and dying, whether Mexicans or Americans, and it is upon this fact that Whittier founded the following poem. The Editor. Speak and tell us, our Ximena, looking northward far away, o'er the camp of the invaders, o'er the Mexican array, who is losing, who is winning? Are they far or come they near? Look abroad and tell us, sister, whither rolls the storm we hear? Down the hills of Angostura still the storm of battle rolls. Blood is flowing, men are dying. God have mercy on their souls. Who is losing, who is winning? Over hill and over plain, I see but smoke of cannon clouding through the mountain rain. Holy Mother, keep our brothers. Look, Ximena, look once more. Still I see the fearful whirlwind rolling darkly as before, bearing on in strange confusion, friend and foeman, foot and horse, like some wild and troubled torrent sweeping down its mountain course. Look forth once more, Ximena. Ah, the smoke has rolled away, and I see the northern rifles gleaming down the ranks of grey. Hark, that sudden blast of bugles! There the troop of Menin wheels, there the northern horses thunder, with the cannon at their heels. Jesu, pity, how it thickens! Now retreat and now advance. Right against the blazing cannon shivers Puebla's charging lance. Down they go, the brave young riders, horse and foot together fall. Like a ploughshare in the fallow, through them ploughs the northern ball. Nearer came the storm, and nearer rolling fast and frightful on. Speak, Ximena, speak, and tell us who is lost and who is won. Alas, alas, I know not, friend and foe together fall. O'er the dying rush the living, pray my sisters for them all. Lo, the wind, the smoke is lifting. Blessed Mother, save my brain. I can see the wounded crawling slowly out from heaps of slain. Now they stagger, blind and bleeding. Now they fall and strive to rise. Hasten, sisters, haste, and save them, lest they die before our eyes. O my heart's love, O my dear one, lay thy poor head on my knee. Dost thou know the lips that kiss thee? Canst thou hear me? Canst thou see? O my husband, brave and gentle, O my Bernal, look once more on the blessed cross before thee. Mercy, mercy, all is o'er. Dry thy tears, my poor Ximena, lay thy dear one down to rest. Let his hands be meekly folded, lay the cross upon his breast. Let his dirge be sung hereafter, and his funeral masses said. Today, thou poor bereaved one, the living ask thy aid. Close beside her, faintly moaning, fair and young, a soldier lay, torn with shot and pierced with lances, bleeding slow his life away. But as tenderly before him the lorn Ximena knelt, she saw the northern eagle shining on his pistol belt. With a stifled cry of horror, straight she turned away her head. With a sad and bitter feeling looked she back upon her dead. But she heard the youth's slow moaning and his struggling breath of pain, and she raised the cooling water to his parching lips again. Whispered low, the dying soldier pressed her hand and faintly smiled. Was that pitying face his mother's? Did she watch beside her child? All his stranger words with meaning her woman's heart supplied. With her kiss upon his forehead, "Mother," murmured he, and died. A bitter curse upon them, poor boy, who led thee forth from some gentle, sad-eyed mother, weeping lonely in the north. Spake the mournful Mexic woman as she laid him with her dead, and turned to soothe the living and bind the wounds which bled. Look forth once more, Ximena, like a cloud before the wind rolls the battle down the mountain, leaving blood and death behind. Ah, they plead in vain for mercy, in the dust the wounded strive. Hide your faces, holy angels, O thou Christ of God, forgive. Sink, O night, among thy mountains, let the cool grey shadows fall. Dying brothers, fighting demons, drop thy curtain over all. Through the thickening winter twilight, wide apart the battle rolled. In its sheath the sabre rested, and the cannon's lips grew cold. But the noble Mexic women still their holy task pursued. Through that long dark night of sorrow, worn and faint and lacking food, over weak and suffering brothers with a tender care they hung, and the dying foeman blessed them in a strange and northern tongue. Not wholly lost, O Father, is this evil world of ours. Upward through its blood and ashes spring afresh the Eden flowers. From its smoking hell of battle, love and pity send their prayer, and still thy white-winged angels hover dimly in our air. End of Section 111. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 112 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Maximilian at Querétaro, 1872, by Margaret Junkin Preston. The scion of immemorial lines, august with history's hoary, whose grand imperial airship shines with the starriest names of story, stands doomed to die, and the grenadiers, in serried and silent column, their pitiless eyes half hazed with tears, are waiting the signal solemn. The brave young emperor lifts his brow, it never has shone so regal, yet it is not the pride of the Habsburg now, nor the glance of the clefted eagle. No blazing coronet binds his head, no ermined purple is round him, but his manhood's majesty instead with royaler rank has crowned him. An instant's pause he is caught away to Schönbrun's peaceful bowers. There's a lightning dazzle of boyhood's day, Vienna's glittering towers flash back with a mocking blinding glare to barter such princely splendour for wrecked ambition and stark despair, betrayal and base surrender. Wild infinite taunting memories thrill his soul to its molten centre. Remorses that madden him clamour still, but he will not let them enter. The grovelling traffic of time all done, he would have the temple lonely, its sanctuaries emptied one by one, that God may fill it only. But under the Austrian skies afar, aglow with a light Elysian, the mullion windows of Miramar loom out on his tortured vision. He looks on its grey Abels again, he is threading its peached alleys, he is guiding his darlings' slackened rein as they scour the dimpled valleys. He can gaze his last on the earth and sky, step forth to his doom, nor shiver. Eternity front his steadfast eye, and never a muscle quiver. But love's heart-rackings, despair and tears wrench the fixed lips asunder. My poor Carlotta, now, grenadiers, your volley may belch its thunder. End of section 112. This recording is in the public domain. Section 113 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The Last Moments of Maximilian by Jean-Paul Lorrain, France, 1838. Painting, page 524. Early in the morning of the day set for the execution, a priest came to the emperor to give him the last sacraments, and mass was celebrated. At 6, the officer came for him. The emperor said, "I am ready." His servants wept and kissed his hands. "Be calm," he said. "You see I am so. It is the will of God that I should die, and we cannot act against that." The emperor and the 2 generals who were to die with him were then carried through the crowded streets to the place of execution. On taking their positions, the emperor moved aside for General Miramon to stand in the middle, saying, "A brave soldier must be honoured by his monarch even in his last hour. Therefore permit me to give you the place of honour." The fatal shots were fired, and the Emperor Maximilian was no more. End of section 113. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 114 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fernando Borrego. The World Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 114. The Rule of Porfirio Diaz. 1877-1919. By Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Until 1876, when upon his distracted country, Porfirio Diaz, innkeeper's son and born ruler descended of Deus ex machina, the state of Mexico may be summed up in the words rapine, murder, and sudden death. But though Mexico has had, and the bulk of her population has had reason during the past 30 years to thank her lucky stars for him, an iron master, the quietude of the country is only skin deep, law and order is represented by a blend of a rough and ready justice, a sort of legalized lynch law, with an official law administration venal to a high degree, with every second mestizo, footnote, a man of Spanish and Indian blood, end footnote, a born robber. Mexico is no place for tedious processes with remands and committals to assizes. A man caught red-handed is usually dealt with on the spot. Such a case occurred while we were visiting the capital. 2 days after we had traveled on the marvelous mountain railway, the guards of the day train, which, by the way, always takes the bullion to the coast and has a carriage load of soldiers attached as military convoy, saw, as they approached the deepest descent, 2 fellows loitering on the line, presumably wreckers. The train was stopped, and the guards and the officer commanding the convoy gave chase, and coming up with the men, shot them with their revolver, and kicked the bodies down the precipice. The sun and the vultures do the rest, and on the re-arrival of the train in the capital, the matter may or may not be formally notified to the government. Even to the casual observer, the difficulty of governing Mexico must seem inexpressibly great. President Diaz has succeeded not so much because he does not know what mercy means, or because a rifle bullet is his only answer for those who question his authority, but because he is endowed with superhuman tact. The iron heel, like that of Achilles, has its vulnerable spot if pressed too hard upon a people's throat. And so he has little dodges by which he appears to his subjects to exercise a judicious clemency. If some redoubtable criminal is captured, some monarch of murderers, Diaz knows well that among his thousands of crime-loving fellow countrymen, the brute will have a large following. His execution will mean the declaration of a vendetta against the police. So he is put on his trial, condemned to death, and within 24 hours the president commutes his sentence to one of 20 years incarceration in the penitentiary. After about a week there, he is taken out one evening, as usual, into the prison yard for exercise, under a small guard of soldiers. One of these sidles up to him and suggests that as the night is dark, he might make a bolt for it. The convict believes it a genuine offer, sprints off, and is dropped at 30 yards like a rabbit by the 5 or 6 soldiers who have been waiting under the shadow of the farther wall. The next morning, the official newspaper states, quote, "Last night the notorious criminal so-and-so, to whom His Excellency the President recently extended clemency, made an attempt to escape while being exercised in the prison yard, and was shot dead by the sentries." End quote. Thus everybody is pleased, except possibly the convict. And the President, without the least odium to himself, has rid the country of another blackguard. Another stroke of real genius was the way in which he has succeeded in setting thieves to catch thieves. When he became president, the country was infested with bandits who stopped at nothing. But Diaz erected huge gallows at the crossways all over Mexico, and the robbers found that they had to stop at these, and stop quite a long while, till the sopilotes and vultures had picked their bones to the blameless white, to which good Porfirio Diaz desired the lives of all his subjects to attain. After some weeks of brisk hanging business, Diaz played his trump card. He proclaimed that all other bandits, known or unknown, who cared to surrender, would be enrolled as rurales, country police, who garbed in state uniform and armed with Winchesters, would spend the remainder of their lives agreeably engaged in killing their recalcitrant comrades. This temptation to spend their declining days in bloodshed, to which no penalties were attached, was too much for many. Thus 50% of Mexico's robbers turn police and murder the other 50, and acute Diaz has a body of men who, and whose sons, have proved, and sons' sons will prove, the eternal wisdom of this hybrid sphinx of a ruler. But there is a comic side to Mexican justice. There is a Gilbertian humor in the go-as-you-please style in which prisoners are treated. In one crowded court, when the jury had retired to consider their verdict, the prisoner was engaged in walking up and down, hands in pockets, cigarette in mouth, while the police, entirely oblivious to their charge, smoked and chatted in another part of the court. We asked one officer whether they were not afraid of the prisoner attempting an escape. "Oh no," he said. "He'll wait for the verdict." Road making is practically always done by gangs of convicts, and when they think they have had enough work, they throw down their spades and picks, and warders and everybody sit down on the roadside and enjoy a cigarette and a chat. The British minister told us that he had recently been shown over the penitentiary, in which at the moment there was a bloodthirsty rascal whose record of crime would have shamed Jack the Ripper. The governor of the jail entered into a long and friendly conversation with him as to his wife and family, and, as the British minister humorously put it, we were all but presented to him. Nominally, Mexico is a republic. Really, she is nothing of the sort. There is a Senate, a Chamber of Deputies, periodic elections of state representatives, a governor and council in each state of the Federation. But for upwards of a quarter of a century, these have all been but pawns on a chessboard. The player of a man of such astounding nature that those who laughed at Mrs. Alec Tweedy's description of him, the greatest man of the 19th century, laughed from the fullness of their ignorance. Porfirio Diaz is an autocrat. He is an autocrat, fiercer, more relentless, more absolute than the Tsar of Russia, than any recent Tsar has been, almost than Peter the Great himself. He is more. He is a born ruler. He has played for the regeneration of his country. He has played, but it is too much to say he has won. Nobody could win. But he has changed the bloody dogs of anarchy and murder, chained them successfully for so many years, that there are some who forget that he has not killed them outright. Diaz is literally living over a volcano. He is a personified extinguisher of the fierce furnace of his country's turbulence. But when death removes him, what then? The deluge, surely, and after that one, more apotheoses of the Monroe Doctrine, and the very wholesome, if somewhat aggressive, Stars and Stripes. You must go to Mexico and live among its people to know all this. It is singular how little the English people know of the country. Only the other day a veteran Anglo-Indian officer gravely asked us, "What is the exact position of Mexico in the United States of America?" We simply gasped. Words failed in such an emergency. Before Diaz came, Mexico's history was one of uninterrupted rapine, murder, and sudden death. Out of a morass of blood he has made a garden. Out of robbers he has made citizens. Out of bankruptcy he has made a revenue. Out of the bitterest civil strivings he has almost made a nation. He is nearly 80. He is upright as a dart. He has the face of a sphinx with a jaw which makes you shudder. He rarely talks. He still more rarely smiles. And yet, the whole man expresses no false pride, no wind in the head. His icy, superhumanly self-controlled nature is too great to be moved by such petty things as pride and a vulgar joy in power. In manner and in strife, he is simplicity itself. He rides unattended in the paseo. He comes down to the Jockey Club in the afternoon, and the members just rise and bow, and the president picks up his paper and sits quietly at the window reading. He dislikes all ostentation. His food is simple. His clothes are almost always a plain blue serge suit and dark tie. And in his winter home, in the city, he lives as a simple citizen. But his power is literally limitless. The Mexicans do not love him. Nobody could love such a man. The lower classes fear him unreasonably. The upper classes fear him too. But it is blended with a lively sense of what he means to Mexico. But mark you, there is nothing of the bully about him. The bully is always weak, a coward. If Diaz was arrogant, he would be assassinated in 24 hours. He knows that. He knows the blood of the cattle he drives. Nobody but a madman whips a blooded horse, but he must have an iron wrist and a good hold on the rein. And that is why one can safely describe Diaz as a born ruler. He instinctively understands his subjects. He has not learned it, for he began 30 years ago. He was never educated in statecraft, or, indeed, he had no education at all. He was merely the son of an innkeeper, first sent to a Jesuit seminary, whence he ran away and joined the army. No, the man's secret is an iron will and positively miraculous tact. Whatever he does, whatever he orders, is always done so nicely. Everybody knows it has got to be done. Nobody ever crosses Diaz and lives to boast of so doing. But he gilds the pills and thinks his people must swallow, and they gulp them down and look up with meek smiles into that awful face. Here's a little characteristic story of him. Some while back, there was an election of governor of Yucatan. The Yucatan people have always been one of the most restive of the presidential team. They nominated a man disagreeable to Diaz. He nominated a second. The election ballot took place. The Yucatan nominee was successful by an enormous majority. The news is wired to Mexico City. Back comes the presidential answer. Glad to know my man elected. Am sending troops to formally inaugurate him. The troops came and Diaz's man was formally installed. To the Chamber of Deputies, no one can be elected against the president's wish. For the overpopular governor of a state, Diaz provides distinguished employment elsewhere. Such a case occurred while we were in Yucatan. Señor Olegario Molina, of whom we shall later speak more, has been for some years deservedly popular in Mérida, for he has done much to improve it. President Diaz visited Mérida recently, and on his return appointed Señor Molina a cabinet minister. When he arrived in Veracruz, Molina found the presidential train awaiting him, and on reaching Mexico City, the president and the whole cabinet had come to the station to greet him, and drove him triumphantly to the Iturbide Hotel. Charming courtesies. How favorably the presidential eyes beam on him. Yes, but he is banished. As much banished as the shivering pauper Jew workmen turned away from the London docks. He was too powerful. He is safer in Mexico City, far away from the madding crowds who would perchance have made him state dictator. A too popular cabinet minister, again, is sent as minister to Madrid. Another is found essential to the pacification of the turbulent state of northern Mexico. And so the pretty game goes on, and there is literally no kicking amongst the presidential team. But there are fiercer exhibitions of autocracy, at which people only hint or of which they speak in whispers. There is no Siberia in Mexico, but there are the equivalents of banishment and disappearance for those who would challenge the authority of the Mexican czar. Even criticism is tyrannically repressed. There is a press, but the muzzling order has long been in force, and the recalcitrant editors soon see inside of the penitentiary. General Diaz's present second wife is the daughter of a prominent supporter of Lerdo de Tejada, who on the death of Juarez assumed the presidency, but was expelled in 1876 by Diaz. The alliance brought about an armed peace between the two men. But they tell this story. One day an argument arose, and hot words followed. It was at a meal, and when wine's in, wit's out. Diaz's father-in-law went far, and half in jest, half in earnest, said, "Why, Porfirio, you almost tempt me to turn rebel again." They all saw the president's face darken, but the storm blew over. That night, it is said that Madame Diaz had to go on her knees to her husband to beg for her father's life. Such is the arbiter and autocrat of Mexico. What then is the state of the country politically, and what will be her future? Mexico's great weakness, she has many, but this overtops all others and lowers menacing on her political horizon. is that she is not a nation. There is no true national feeling, and a moment's thought will show that the circumstances of her population forbid the existence of such. On the one side you have the Spanish Mexicans, the white population, representing the purest European blood in the country. They are but some 19% of the population of 12 million odd. Among them, and among them alone, is patriotism, in its highest sense, to be expected or found. On the other side you have the vast mestizo class, half castes, some 43%, and then the purer Indians, forming the remaining 38%. Of these three classes, the characteristics are sufficiently marked to destroy hope of any welding or holding together. The Spanish Mexicans are sensual and apathetic, avaricious and yet indolent, inheriting a full share of that Castilian pride and bigotry which has worked the colonial ruin of Spain. Brave, with many of those time-honored traits of the proverbial Spanish Don, they are yet a people inexorably marked down by fate in the international remnant basket. They have had their day. Ye gods, they have used it too. But it's gone. The mestizos, near half the population, have all the worst features of their Spanish and Indian parents. Turbulent, born criminals, treacherous, idle, dissolute, and cruel. They have the Spanish lust and the Indian natural cynicism, the Spanish luxury of temperament with the Indian improvidence. These are the true Mexicans. These are the unruled and unrulable hodgepodge, whom Diaz's iron hand holds straining in the leash, the dogs of the rapine, murder, and sudden death, whose cowardice is only matched by their vicious treachery. And last, there are the Indians, heartless, hopeless, disinherited, enslaved, awaiting with sullen patience their deliverance from the hated yoke of their Spanish masters, not a whit less abhorrent to them because they have had 4 centuries in which to become accustomed to it. The heterogeneity of Mexico's population is only matched by the depth of the antagonism to each class, to each and all their most vital interests. To a common enemy, Mexico can never present an undivided front. Indeed, it is not too much to say she can never have a common enemy, and whensoever the bolt comes, it will find Mexico unprepared. A land of ethnic shreds and patches, slattered in her policy, slattern in her defense, her vitals preyed upon by the vultures of civil strife. Of all lands she might best afford a realistic presentment of the sad tale of the Kilkenny cats. End of section 114. This recording is in the public domain. Section 115 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Fernando Borrego. The National Palace, City of Mexico. Photograph, page 534. No one at all familiar with the history of Mexico can wander about the streets and suburbs of this, its principal city, without seeing at every turn some evidence of the vast changes which have marked its past, and which have made its story so thrilling. If you push aside the broad-leaved plants at the Grand Plaza, you find heaped up and all covered with tangled vines, broken fragments of rudely carved stones, once the glory of an Aztec temple. If you climb down the steep hill under Chapultepec and break away the matted underbrush, you will discover the mutilated effigy of Montezuma's predecessors, stretched out on the natural rock. The same the ancient sculptor selected for his chisel in the days when the groves about him echoed with song, and when these same gnarled cypresses gave grateful shadow to priest, emperor, and slave. The two civilizations, pagan and Christian, are still distinct to those who look below the surface. Time has not altered them materially. Even today, in the hollows of the mountain and amid the dense groves of the tropical slopes, The natives steal away and prostrate themselves before the stone images of their gods, and in churches of the more remote provinces, the parish priest has found more than once a rude sculptured idol concealed behind the Christian altar. F. Hopkinson Smith. The palace shown in this picture occupies an entire block in the heart of the city of Mexico, on a site once covered by a palace of Montezuma. In a decree signed by the Emperor Charles V, the property was granted to Cortés, the conqueror of Mexico, who built himself a dwelling on the site. Since that time, additions and alterations have been made until but little of the original building is left. President Madero made his headquarters in this palace during the uprising of 1912, and from the windows, his machine guns mowed down hundreds of rebels in the square below. Here he was confined after his capture by Huerta, and it was while being removed from this palace that he was assassinated. End of section 115. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 116 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Jared Starr. The West Indies. Historical note. West Indies is a general name for the Bahamas and the Greater and Lesser Antilles. Their history is much the same, namely, discovery and colonization by the Spaniards, introduction of Negro slaves, who became a large and sometimes powerful portion of the community, and the falling into the hands of some other nation. In the 17th century, the Bahamas became a refuge for pirates, and during the Revolutionary War, for the friends of King George. In the American Civil War, Nassau was headquarters for blockade runners. The Greater Antilles comprised Cuba, Haiti, Jamaica, and Puerto Rico. In Cuba, colonies were founded, but in their constant fear of pirates and attacks by other nations, the Spanish colonists had little comfort. The misrule of the Spanish aroused a serious revolt in 1895. Much sympathy for the Cubans was felt in the United States, and the mysterious destruction of the battleship Maine in the harbor of Havana in 1898 resulted in war. Spain was forced to give up all claim to Cuba, which became independent. Haiti was a colony of France, but after the insurrection, led by Toussaint Louverture, its independence was recognized. Jamaica belongs to England, and for many years was a crown colony, but at length received some degree of representation. Puerto Rico was in 1869 made a province of Spain, and in the Spanish-American War of 1898, it was surrendered to the United States. Of the Lesser Antilles, Martinique is known first as the birthplace of the Empress Josephine, and second because of the terrible eruption of Mount Pelée in 1902, which destroyed Saint-Pierre, the largest town on the island. End of section 116. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 117 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The World's Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 117. The First Landing of Columbus, 1492. By Ferdinand Columbus, son of Christopher Columbus. On Monday the 8th of October, 12 singing birds of various colors came to the ship, and after flying round it for a short time, held on their way. Many other birds were seen from the ship flying towards the southwest, and that same night great numbers of large fowl were seen, and flocks of small birds proceeding from the northwards, and all going to the southwest. In the morning a jay was seen, with an alcatraz, several ducks, and many small birds, all flying the same way with the others, and the air was perceived to be fresh and odoriferous, as it is at Seville in the month of April. But the people were now so eager to see land, and had been so often disappointed, that they ceased to give faith to these continual indications, insomuch that on Wednesday, the 10th, although abundance of birds were continually passing both by day and night, they never ceased to complain. The Admiral upbraided their want of resolution, and declared that they must persist in their endeavours to discover the Indies, for which he and they had been sent out by their Catholic Majesties. It would have been impossible for the Admiral to have much longer withstood the numbers which now opposed him, but it pleased God that in the afternoon of Thursday, the 11th of October, such manifest tokens of being near the land appeared, that the men took courage and rejoiced at their good fortune as much as they had been before distressed. From the Admiral's ship a green rush was seen to float past, and one of these green fish, which never go far from the rocks. The people in the Pinta saw a cane and a staff in the water, and took up another staff very curiously carved, and a small board, and great plenty of weeds were seen which seemed to have been recently torn from the rocks. Those of the Niña, besides similar signs of land, saw a branch of a thorn full of red berries, which seemed to have been newly torn from the tree. From all these indications, the Admiral was convinced that he now drew near to the land, and after the evening prayers he made a speech to the men, in which he reminded them of the mercy of God in having brought them so long a voyage with such favourable weather, and in comforting them with so many tokens of a successful issue to their enterprise, which were now every day becoming plainer and less equivocal. He besought them to be exceedingly watchful during the night, as they well knew that in the first article of the instructions which he had given to all the 3 ships before leaving the Canaries, they were enjoined, when they should have sailed 700 leagues west without discovering land, to lay to every night from midnight till daybreak, and as he had very confident hopes of discovering land that night, he required everyone to keep watch at their quarters, and besides the gratuity of 30 crowns a year for life, which had been graciously promised by their sovereigns to him that first saw the land, he engaged to give the fortunate discoverer a velvet doublet from himself. After this, as the Admiral was in his cabin about 10 o'clock at night, he saw a light on shore, but it was so unsteady that he could not certainly affirm that it came from land. He called to one Peter Gutierrez, and desired him to try if he could perceive the same light, who said he did, but one Roderick Sanchez of Segovia, on being desired to look the same way, could not see it, because he was not up time enough, as neither the Admiral nor Gutierrez could see it again above once or twice for a short space, which made them judge it to proceed from a candle or torch belonging to some fisherman or traveller, who lifted it up occasionally and lowered it again, or perhaps from people going from one house to another, because it appeared and vanished again so suddenly. Being now very much on their guard, they still held on to their course until about 2 in the morning of Friday the 12th of October, when the Pinta, which was always far ahead, owing to her superior sailing, made the signal of seeing land, which was first discovered by Roderick de Triana, at about 2 leagues from the ship. But the 30 crowns a year were afterwards granted to the Admiral, who had seen the light in the midst of darkness, a type of the spiritual light, which he was the happy means of spreading in these dark regions of error. Being now so near land, all the ships lay to, everyone thinking it long till daylight, that they might enjoy the sight they had so long and anxiously desired. When daylight appeared, the newly discovered land was perceived to consist of a flat island 15 leagues in length, without any hills, all covered with trees, and having a great lake in the middle. The island was inhabited by great abundance of people, who ran down to the shore, filled with wonder and admiration at the sight of the ships, which they conceived to be some unknown animals. The Christians were not less curious to know what kind of people they had fallen in with, and the curiosity on both sides was soon satisfied, as the ships soon came to anchor. The Admiral went on shore with his boat well armed, and having the royal standard of Castile and Leon displayed, accompanied by the commanders of the other 2 vessels, each on his own boat, carrying the particular colours which had been allotted for the enterprise, which were white with a green cross and the letter F on the side, and on the other the names of Ferdinand and Isabella crowned. The whole company kneeled on the shore and kissed the ground for joy, returning God thanks for the great mercy they had experienced during their long voyage through seas hitherto unpassed, and their now happy discovery of an unknown land. The Admiral then stood up and took formal possession in the usual words for their Catholic Majesties of the island, to which he gave the name of San Salvador. All the Christians present admitted Columbus to the authority and dignity of Admiral and Viceroy, pursuant to the commission which he had received to that effect, and all made oath to obey him as the legitimate representative of their Catholic Majesties, with such expressions of joy and acknowledgment as became their mighty success. And they all implored his forgiveness of the many affronts he had received from them through their fears and want of confidence. Numbers of the Indians, or natives of the island, were present at these ceremonies, and perceiving them to be peaceable, quiet, and simple people, the Admiral distributed several presents among them. To some he gave red caps, and to others strings of glass beads, which they hung about their necks, and various other things of small value, which they valued as if they had been jewels of high price. After the ceremonies, the Admiral went off in his boat, and the Indians followed him even to the ships, some by swimming and others in their canoes, carrying parrots, clews of spun cotton yarn, javelins, and other such trifling articles, to barter for glass beads, bells, and other things of small value. Like people in the original simplicity of nature, they were all naked, and even a woman who was among them was entirely destitute of clothing. Most of them were young, seemingly not above 30 years of age, of a good stature, with very thick black lank hair, mostly cut short above their ears, though some had it down to their shoulders, tied up with a string about their head like women's dresses. Their countenances were mild and agreeable, and their features good, but their foreheads were too high, which gave them rather a wild appearance. They were of a middle stature, plump and well shaped, but of an olive complexion, like the inhabitants of the Canaries, or sunburnt peasants. Some were painted with black, others with white, and others again with red. In some the whole body was painted, in others only the face, and some only the nose and eyes. They had no weapons like those of Europe, neither had they any knowledge of such, for when our people showed them a naked sword they ignorantly grasped it by the edge. Neither had they any knowledge of iron, as their javelins were merely constructed of wood, having their points hardened in the fire, and armed with a piece of fishbone. Some of them had scars of wounds on different parts, and being asked by signs how these had been got, they answered by signs that people from other islands came to take them away, and that they had been wounded in their own defence. They seemed ingenious and of a voluble tongue, as they readily repeated such words as they once heard. There were no kind of animals among them excepting parrots, which they carried to barter with Christians among the articles already mentioned, and in this trade they continued on board the ships till night, when they all returned to the shore. In the morning of the next day, being the 13th of October, many of the natives returned on board the ships in their boats or canoes, which were all of one piece, hollowed like a tray from the trunk of a tree. Some of these were so large as to contain 40 or 45 men, while others were so small as only to hold one person, with many intermediate sizes between these extremes. These they worked along with paddles formed like a baker's peel, or the implement which is used in dressing hemp. These oars or paddles were not fixed by pins to the sides of the canoes like ours, but were dipped into the water and pulled backwards, as if digging. Their canoes are so light and artfully constructed that if overset they soon turn them right again by swimming, and they empty out the water by throwing them from side to side like a weaver's shuttle, and when half emptied they lade out the rest with dried calabashes cut in two, which they carry for that purpose. The second day the natives, as said before, brought various articles to barter for such small things as they could procure in exchange. Jewels or materials of any kind were not seen among them, except some small plates of gold which hung from their nostrils, and on being questioned from whence they procured the gold, they answered by signs that they had it from the south, where there was a king who possessed abundance of pieces and vessels of gold, and they made our people to understand that there were many other islands and large countries to the south and southwest. They were very covetous to get possession of anything which belonged to the Christians, and being themselves very poor, with nothing of value to give in exchange, as soon as they got on board, if they could lay hold of anything which struck their fancy, though it were only a piece of a broken glazed earthen dish or porringer, they leaped with it into the sea and swam on shore with their prize. If they brought anything on board, they would barter it for anything whatever belonging to our people, even for a piece of a broken glass, insomuch that some gave 16 large clews of well-spun cotton yarn, weighing 25 pounds, for 3 small pieces of Portuguese brass coin not worth a farthing. Their liberality in dealing did not proceed from their putting any great value on the things themselves which they received from our people in return, but because they valued them as belonging to the Christians, whom they believed certainly to have come down from heaven, and they therefore earnestly desired to have something from them as a memorial. In this manner all this day was spent, and the islanders, as before, went all on shore at night. End of section 117. This recording is in the public domain. Section 118 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The World's Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 118. Toussaint Louverture, 1801. By Wendell Phillips. Toussaint Louverture was a full-blooded Negro slave of Haiti who became a revolutionary leader and finally governed the island from 1795 to 1801. The remainder of his story is told in the following extract. The Editor. It was 1811. The Frenchmen who lingered on the island described its prosperity and order as almost incredible. You might trust a child with a bag of gold to go from Samana to Port-au-Prince without risk. Peace was in every household. The valleys laughed with fertility. Culture climbed the mountains. The commerce of the world was represented in its harbours. At this time Europe concluded the Peace of Amiens, and Napoleon took his seat on the throne of France. He glanced his eyes across the Atlantic, and with a single stroke of his pen reduced Cayenne and Martinique back into chains. He then said to his council, "What shall I do with Santo Domingo?" The slaveholders said, "Give it to us." Napoleon turned to the Abbé Grégoire. "What is your opinion?" "I think those men would change their opinion if they changed their skins." Colonel Vincent, who had been private secretary to Toussaint, wrote a letter to Napoleon in which he said, "Sire, leave it alone. It is the happiest spot in your dominions. God raised this man to govern, races melt under his hand. He has saved you this island, for I know of my own knowledge that, when the Republic could not have lifted a finger to prevent it, George III offered him any title and any revenue if he would hold the island under the British Crown. He refused, and saved it for France." Napoleon turned away from his council, and is said to have remarked, "I have 60,000 idle troops, I must find them something to do." He meant to say, "I am about to seize the crown, I dare not to do it in the faces of 60,000 Republican soldiers, I must give them work at a distance to do." Mounting his horse and riding to the eastern end of the island, Samana, he, Toussaint, looked out on a sight such as no native had ever seen before. 60 ships of the line, crowded by the best soldiers of Europe, rounded the point. They were soldiers who had never yet met an equal, whose tread, like Caesar's, had shaken Europe, soldiers who had scaled the pyramids and planted the French banners on the walls of Rome. He looked a moment, counted the flotilla, let the reins fall on the neck of his horse, and, turning to Christophe, exclaimed, all France is come to Haiti. They can only come to make us slaves, and we are lost." He then recognized the only mistake of his life, his confidence in Bonaparte, which had led him to disband his army. Returning to the hills, he issued the only proclamation which bears his name and breathes vengeance. "My children, France comes to make us slaves. God gave us liberty. France has no right to take it away. Burn the cities, destroy the harvests, tear up the roads with cannon, poison the wells, show the white man the hell he comes to make." And he was obeyed. When the great William of Orange saw Louis XIV cover Holland with troops, he said, "Break down the dikes, give Holland back to the ocean," and Europe said, "Sublime." When Alexander saw the armies of France descend upon Russia, he said, "Burn Moscow, starve back the invaders," and Europe said, "Sublime." This black saw all Europe marshalled to crush him, and gave to his people the same heroic example of defiance. It is true the scene grows bloodier as we proceed, but remember, the white man fitly accompanied his infamous attempt to reduce freemen to slavery with every bloody and cruel device that bitter and shameless hate could invent. Aristocracy is always cruel. The black man met the attempt, as every such attempt should be met, with war to the hilt. In his first struggle to gain his freedom he had been generous and merciful, saved lives and pardoned enemies, as the people in every age and clime have always done when rising against aristocrats. Now, to save his liberty, the Negro exhausted every means, seized every weapon, and turned back the hateful invaders with a vengeance as terrible as their own, though even now he refused to be cruel. Leclerc sent word to Christophe that he was about to land at Cape City. Christophe said, "Toussaint is governor of the island. I will send to him for permission. If without it a French soldier sets foot on shore, I will burn the town and fight over its ashes." Leclerc landed. Christophe took 2,000 white men, women and children and carried them to the mountains in safety. Then, with his own hands, set fire to the splendid palace which French architects had just finished for him, and in 40 hours the place was in ashes. The battle was fought in its streets, and the French driven back to their boats. Wherever they went they were met with fire and sword. Once, resisting an attack, the blacks, Frenchmen born, shouted the Marseillaise hymn, and the French soldiers stood still, they could not fight the Marseillaise. And it was not till their officers sabred them on that they advanced, and then they were beaten. Beaten in the field, the French took to lies. They issued proclamations saying, "We do not come to make you slaves. This man Toussaint tells you lies. Join us and you shall have the rights you claim." They cheated every one of his officers except Christophe and Dessalines, and his own brother Pierre, and finally these also deserted him and he was left alone. And then sent word to Leclerc, "I will submit. I will continue the struggle for years. Could prevent a single Frenchman from safely quitting your camp. But I hate bloodshed. I have fought only for the liberty of my race. Guarantee that, I will submit and come in." He took the oath to be a faithful citizen, and on the same crucifix Leclerc swore that he should be faithfully protected and that the island should be free. As the French general glanced along the line of his splendidly equipped troops and saw opposite Toussaint's ragged, ill-armed followers, he said to him, "Louverture, have you continued the war? Where could you have gotten arms?" "I would have taken yours," was the Spartan reply. He went down to his house in peace. It was summer. Leclerc remembered that the fever months were coming when his army would be in hospitals, and when one motion of that royal hand would sweep his troops into the sea. He was too dangerous to be left at large. So they summoned him to attend a council, and here is the only charge made against him. The only charge. They say he was fool enough to go. Granted, what was the record? The white man lies shrewdly to cheat the Negro. Knight-errantry was truth. The foulest insult you can offer a man since the Crusade is, "You lie." Of Toussaint, Hermona, the Spanish general who knew him well, said, "He was the purest soul God ever put into a body." Of him history bears witness, "He never broke his word." Maitland was travelling in the depths of the woods to meet Toussaint when he was met by a messenger and told that he was betrayed. He went on and met Toussaint, who showed him 2 letters, one from the French general, offering him any rank if he would put Maitland in his power, and the other his reply. It was, "Sir, I have promised the Englishman that he shall go back." Let it stand, therefore, that the Negro, truthful as a knight of old, was cheated by his lying foe. Which race has reason to be proud of such a record? But he was not cheated, he was under espionage. Suppose he had refused? The government would have doubted him, would have found some cause to arrest him. He probably reasoned thus: if I go willingly, I shall be treated accordingly. And he went. The moment he entered the room, the officers drew their swords and told him he was a prisoner, and one young lieutenant who was present says, "He was not at all surprised, but seemed very sad." They put him on shipboard and weighed anchor for France. As the island faded from his sight, he turned to the captain and said, "You think you have rooted up the tree of liberty, but I am only a branch. I have planted the tree so deep that all France could never root it up." Arrived in Paris, he was flung into jail, and Napoleon sent his secretary, Caffarelli, to him, supposing he had buried large treasures. He listened a while, then replied, "Young man, it is true I have lost treasures, but they are not such as you come to seek." He was then sent to the castle of Saint-Just, to a dungeon 12 feet by 20, built wholly of stone, with a narrow window high up on the side, looking out on the snows of Switzerland. In winter ice covers the floor. In summer it is damp and wet. In this living tomb the child of the sunny tropics was left to die. From this dungeon he wrote 2 letters to Napoleon. One of them ran thus: "Sire, I am a French citizen. I never broke a law. By the grace of God I had saved for you the best island of your realm. Sire, of your mercy grant me justice." Napoleon never answered this letter. The commandant allowed him 5 francs a day for food and fuel. Napoleon heard of it and reduced the sum to 3. The luxurious usurper, who complained that the English government was stingy because it allowed him only $6,000 a month, stooped from his throne to cut down $1 to a half, and still Toussaint did not die quick enough. This dungeon was a tomb. In this tomb Toussaint was buried, but he did not die fast enough. Finally the commandant was told to go into Switzerland, to carry the keys of the dungeon with him, and to stay 4 days. When he returned, Toussaint was found starved to death. That imperial assassin was taken 12 years after to his prison at St. Helena, planned for a tomb as he had planned that of Toussaint, and there he whined away his dying hours in pitiful complaints of curtains and titles, of dishes and rides. God grant that when some future Plutarch shall weigh the great men of our epoch, the whites against the blacks, he do not put that whining child at St. Helena into one scale, and into the other the Negro meeting death like a Roman, without a murmur, in the solitude of his icy dungeon. From the moment he was betrayed, the Negroes began to doubt the French, and rushed to arms. Soon every Negro but Maurepas deserted the French. Leclerc summoned Maurepas to his side. He came loyally bringing with him 500 soldiers. Leclerc spiked his epaulets to his shoulders, shot him, and flung him into the sea. He took his 500 soldiers on shore, shot them on the edge of a pit, and tumbled them in. Dessalines from the mountain saw it, and selecting 500 French officers from his prisons, hung them on separate trees in sight of Leclerc's camp. And born as I was not far from Bunker Hill, I have found yet no reason to think he did wrong. They murdered Pierre Toussaint's wife at his own door, and after such treatment that it was mercy when they killed her. The maddened husband, who had but a year before saved the lives of 1,200 white men, carried his next 1,000 prisoners and sacrificed them on her grave. The French exhausted every form of torture. The Negroes were bound together and thrown into the sea. Anyone who floated was shot. Others sunk with cannon balls tied to their feet. Some smothered with sulphur fumes. Others strangled, scorched to death, gibbeted. 16 of Toussaint's officers were chained to rocks in deserted islands. Others in marshes, and left to be devoured by poisonous reptiles and insects. Rochambeau sent to Cuba for bloodhounds. When they arrived, the young girls went down to the wharf, decked the hounds with ribbons and flowers, kissed their necks, and, seated in the amphitheatre, the women clapped their hands to see a negro thrown to these dogs, previously starved to rage. But the negroes besieged this very city so closely that these same girls, in their misery, ate the very hounds they had welcomed. The war went on. Napoleon sent over 30,000 more soldiers. But disaster still followed his efforts. What the sword did not devour, the fever ate up. Leclerc died. Pauline carried his body back to France. Napoleon met her at Bordeaux, saying, "Sister, I gave you an army, you bring me back ashes." Rochambeau, the Rochambeau of our history, left in command of 8,000 troops, sent word to Dessalines, "When I take you, I will not shoot you like a soldier, or hang you like a white man, I will whip you to death like a slave." Dessalines chased him from battlefield to battlefield, from fort to fort, and finally shut him up in Samana. Hitting cannonballs to destroy his fleet, Dessalines learned that Rochambeau had begged of the British Admiral to cover his troops with the English flag, and the generous negro suffered the boaster to embark undisturbed. Some doubt the courage of the negro. Go to Haiti and stand on those 50,000 graves of the best soldiers France ever had, and ask them what they think of the negro's sword. And if that does not satisfy you, go to France, to the splendid mausoleum of the Counts of Rochambeau, and to the 8,000 graves of Frenchmen who skulked home under the English flag, and ask them. Haiti, from the ruins of her colonial dependence, is become a civilized state, the 7th nation in the catalogue of commerce with this country, inferior in morals, in education, to none of the West Indian Isles. Foreign merchants trust her courts as willingly as they do our own. Thus far she had foiled the ambition of Spain, the greed of England, and the malicious statesmanship of Calhoun. Toussaint made her what she is. In this work there was grouped around him a score of men, mostly of pure negro blood, who ably seconded his efforts. They were able in war and skilful in civil affairs, but not, like him, remarkable for that rare mingling of high qualities which alone makes true greatness, and ensures a man leadership among those otherwise almost his equals. Toussaint was indisputably their chief. Courage, purpose, endurance, these are the tests. He did plant a state so deep that all the world has not been able to root it up. I would call him Napoleon, but Napoleon made his way to empire over broken oaths and through a sea of blood. This man never broke his word. No retaliation was his great motto and the rule of his life, and the last words uttered to his son in France were these: "My boy, you will one day go back to Santo Domingo. Forget that France murdered your father." I would call him Cromwell, but Cromwell was only a soldier, and the state he founded went down with him into his grave. I would call him Washington, but the great Virginian held slaves. This man risked his empire rather than permit the slave trade in the humblest village of his dominions. You think me a fanatic, for you read history not with your eyes but with your prejudices. But 50 years hence, when truth gets a hearing, the muse of history will put Phocion for the Greek and Brutus for the Roman, Hampden for England, Lafayette for France, choose Washington as the bright, consummate flower of our earlier civilization, and John Brown the ripe fruit of our noonday. Then, dipping her pen in the sunlight, will write in the clear blue, above them all, the name of the soldier, the statesman, the martyr, Toussaint Louverture. End of section 118. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 119 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico and the West Indies. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Marble Memory of Josephine, Empress of France, by Lafcadio Hearn. You reach Fort-de-France, the capital of Martinique, by steamer from Saint-Pierre in about an hour and a half. There is an overland route, La Trace, but it is a 25-mile ride, and a weary one in such a climate, notwithstanding the indescribable beauty of the landscapes which the lofty road commands. rebuilt in wood after the almost total destruction by an earthquake of its once picturesque streets of stone, Fort-de-France, formerly Fort-Royal, has little of outward interest by comparison with Saint-Pierre. It lies in a low, moist plain and has few remarkable buildings. You can walk all over the little town in about half an hour. But the Savane, the great green public square, with its grand tamarinds and sabliers, would be worth the visit alone, even were it not made romantic by the marble memory of Josephine. I went to look at the white dream of her there, a creation of master sculptors. It seemed to me absolutely lovely. Sea winds have bitten it, tropical rains have streaked it, some microscopic growth has darkened the exquisite hollow of the throat, and yet such is the human charm of the figure that you almost fancy you are gazing at a living presence. Perhaps the profile is less artistically real, statuesque to the point of betraying the chisel, but when you look straight up into the sweet Creole face, you can believe she lives. All the wonderful West Indian charm of the woman is there. She is standing just in the centre of the Savane, robed in the fashion of the First Empire, with gracious arms and shoulders bare. One hand leans upon a medallion bearing the eagle profile of Napoleon. 7 tall palms stand in a circle around her, lifting their comely heads into the blue glory of the tropic day. Within the enchanted circle you feel that you tread holy ground, the sacred soil of artist and poet. Here the recollections of memoir writers vanish away. The gossip of history is hushed for you. You no longer care to know how rumour has it that she spoke or smiled or wept. Only the bewitchment of her lives under the thin, soft, swaying shadows of those feminine palms. Over violet space of summer sea, through the vast splendour of azure light, she is looking back to the place of her birth, back to beautiful drowsy Trois-Îlets, and always with the same half-dreaming, half-plaintive smile, unutterably touching. End of section 119. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 120 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 120, The Fer de Lance of Martinique, by Lafcadio Hearn. There are trees distilling venom. There are plants that have fangs. There are perfumes that affect the brain. There are cold green creepers whose touch blisters flesh like fire, while in all the recesses and the shadows is a swarming of unfamiliar life, beautiful or hideous, insect, reptile, bird, interwarring, devouring, preying. But the great peril of the forest, the danger which deters even the naturalist, is the presence of the terrible fer de lance, Trigonocephalus lanceolatus, Bothrops lanceolatus, Craspodis vallis, deadliest of the occidental Thanatophidia, and probably one of the deadliest serpents of the known world. There are no less than 8 varieties of it, the most common being the dark gray, speckled with black, precisely the color that enables the creature to hide itself among the protruding roots of the trees by simply coiling about them and concealing its triangular head. Sometimes the snake is a clear bright yellow. Then it is difficult to distinguish it from the bunch of bananas among which it conceals itself, or the creature may be a dark yellow, or a yellowish brown, or the color of wine leaves, speckled pink and black, or dead black with a yellow belly, or black with a pink belly, all hues of tropical forest mold, of old bark or decomposing trees. The iris of the eye is orange, with red flashes. It glows at night like burning charcoal. And the fer de lance reigns absolute king over the mountains and the ravines. He is lord of the forest and the solitudes by day, and by night he extends his dominion over the public roads, the familiar paths, the parks, the pleasure resorts. People must remain at home after dark, unless they dwell in the city itself. If you happen to be out visiting after sunset, only a mile from town, your friends will caution you anxiously not to follow the boulevard as you go back, and to keep as closely as possible to the very center of the path. Even in the brightest noon you cannot venture to enter the woods without an experienced escort. You cannot trust your eyes to detect danger. At any moment a seeming branch, a knot of lianas, a pink or gray root, a clump of pendant yellow fruit, may suddenly take life. Writhe, stretch, spring, strike. Then you will need aid, indeed, and most quickly. For within the span of a few heartbeats the wounded flesh chills, tumefies, softens. Soon it changes color, and begins to spot violaciously, while an icy coldness creeps through all the blood. If the pansier or the physician arrives in time, and no vein has been pierced, there is hope. But it more often happens that the blow is received directly on a vein of the foot or ankle, in which case nothing can save the victim. Even when life is saved, the danger is not over. Necrosis of the tissues is likely to set in. The flesh corrupts, falls from the bone sometimes in tatters, and the colors of its putrefaction simulate the hues of vegetable decay. The ghastly grays and pinks and yellows of trunks rotting down into the dark soil which gave them birth. The human victim moulders as the trees moulder, crumbles and dissolves as crumbles the substance of the dead palms and bolotas. The death of the woods is upon him. Today a fer-de-lance is seldom found exceeding 6 feet in length, but the dimensions of the reptile at least would seem to have decreased considerably by man's warring upon it since the time of Pere Labat, who mentions having seen a fer-de-lance 9 feet long and 5 inches in diameter. He also speaks of a corresse, a beautiful and harmless serpent, said to kill the fer-de-lance, over 10 feet long and thick as a man's leg. But a large corresse is now seldom seen. The Negro woodsmen killed both creatures indiscriminately, and as the older reptiles are the least likely to escape observation, the chances for the survival of extraordinary individuals lessen with the yearly decrease of forest area. But it may be doubted whether the number of deadly snakes has been greatly lessened since the early colonial period. Each female produces viviparously from 40 to 60 young at birth. The favorite haunts of the fer-de-lance are to a large extent inaccessible or unexplored, and its multiplication is prodigious. It is really only the surplus of its swarming that overpours into the cane fields, and makes the public roads dangerous after dark. Yet more than 300 snakes have been killed in 12 months on a single plantation. The introduction of the Indian mongoose, or mangouste, ichneumon, proved futile as a means of repressing the evil. The mongoose kills the fer-de-lance when it has a chance, but it also kills fowls and sucks their eggs, which condemns it irrevocably with the country Negroes, who live to a considerable extent by raising and selling chickens. Domestic animals are generally able to discern the presence of their deadly enemy long before a human eye can perceive it. If your horse rears and plunges in the darkness, trembles and sweats, do not try to ride on until you are assured the way is clear. Or your dog may come running back, whining, shivering. You will do well to accept his warning. The animals kept about country residences usually try to fight for their lives. The hen battles for her chickens. The bull endeavors to gore and stamp his supple enemy. The pig he gives more successful combat. But the creature who fears the monster least is the brave cat. Seeing a snake, she at once carries her kittens to a place of safety, then boldly advances to the encounter. She will walk to the very limit of the serpent's striking range, and begin to feint, teasing him, startling him, trying to draw his blow. How the emerald and the topazine eyes glow then! They are flames. A moment more and the triangular head, hissing from the coil, flashes swift as if moved by wings. But swifter still the stroke of the armed paw that dashes the horror aside, flinging it mangled in the dust. Nevertheless, pussy does not yet dare to spring. The enemy, still active, has almost instantly reformed his coil, but she is again in front of him, watching. Vertical pupil against vertical pupil. Again the lashing stroke, again the beautiful encountering. Again the living death is hurled aside. And now the scaled skin is deeply torn. One eye socket has ceased to flame. Once more the stroke of the serpent, once more the light, quick, cutting blow. But the trigonocephalus is blind, is stupefied, before he can attempt to coil. Pussy has leaped upon him, nailing the horrible flat head fast to the ground with her two sinewy paws. Now let him lash, writhe, twine, strive to strangle her. In vain! He will never lift his head. An instant more, and he lies still. The keen white teeth of the cat have severed the vertebrae just behind the triangular skull. End of section 120. This recording is in the public domain. Section 121 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 11. Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 121. The Eruption of Mount Pelée, 1902. By Charles Augustus Stoddard. On the 8th of May, 1902, Mount Pelée, which had been inactive for 51 years, suddenly burst forth with scalding steam, liquid fire, stifling gas, and smothering dust. There had been warnings of disaster for several weeks, and a few of the inhabitants had made their way over the mountains or by boat to Fort de France, at the southern end of the island, but the great majority remained. The volcano was evidently uneasy, and threw up clouds of steam and a fine dust which covered everything and darkened the air, but no great damage had been done. The priests were praying in the cathedral and churches. The authorities ordered the people to stay, and many cheerful and hopeful people believed that there would be no serious eruption. 50 years had passed since any fatal outbreak had occurred. Probably after a little smoke, noise, and ashes all would be over. So the people hoped and waited till in the twinkling of an eye the whole vast mass of boiling, blazing, suffocating mud and ashes burst from the rent and torn crater, rising miles into the air, to fall the next instant and for hours thereafter, in killing blisters and deadly fumes, and choking lava dust on man and beast, orchards and gardens, houses and streets, the wharves and beaches, boats in the harbor, vessels in the roadstead, and even upon ships far out at sea. Meanwhile the earth was rocking, roofs were whirled away by a tempest, and as the affrighted crowds rushed down the steep streets to the Bay of St. Pierre, the sea rose, and with an immense tidal wave drowned them by thousands. In the grey dawn of that May morning there were 45,000 bright, handsome, living French Creoles, colored people, and Negroes in St. Pierre. Instead of sunrise came a rain of fire, amid which the whole population, shrieking, wailing, crazed, crammed the cathedral only to die, climbed the mountains and sought the forests only to be burned or buried alive, fled to the river to find it a torrent of scalding water, and to the sea to meet a watery grave. At noon there was but one living man in the ruined and desolate city of St. Pierre, and he was a Negro prisoner, burned but not dead, in a subterranean dungeon where he had been confined for crime. A strange travesty of justice! All the innocent met a dreadful doom. The one guilty and condemned criminal was saved. I have seen this naked Negro, his back scarred and blistered by the heat which found its way even into his prison. He is vouched for by the authorities of Fort-de-France, has come to New York, and if allowed to remain by the authorities, is to be shown as a curiosity in the United States. He was rescued 4 days after the eruption, frightened almost out of his senses, unable to say anything except that he heard dreadful noises and felt intolerable heat, and thought he would die of thirst. The London Times gave a description of the scene as viewed from the deck of the Rotterdam, which arrived at moorings in St. Pierre half an hour before the eruption, on May 8, 1902. The Rotterdam approached the island very cautiously, the more so that as the land was neared, Mount Pelée was seen to be throwing out volumes of black smoke, but as on reaching the bay, several vessels were seen riding at anchor. Captain Freeman decided to bring his ship also to her moorings. This was about 7:30 on the morning of the 8th. The captain, the agent, and supercargo were engaged in conversation near the companion ladder, when suddenly, with a mighty earth-shaking roar, the whole side of the mountain seemed rent in twain from top to bottom, and a solid wall of fire swept over the town and bay. So rapid was its progress that those on board had hardly time to throw themselves wherever shelter was nearest when the vessel was struck with such force by the burning mass as nearly to capsize her, and she was enveloped from stem to stern in a whirlwind of fire. Alas for those who reached no shelter! They were never seen again. They either jumped overboard in the frantic effort to escape, or they were swept bodily away. No human being could stand against that terrific deluge of molten ashes. Even those who reached the cabin or hold did not escape, for almost every nook and cranny of the ship was filled with the blazing dust. Captain Freeman sought shelter in the chart-room, but the portholes being open, the fire streamed in and burned him badly on face and hands. After the first shock was over, the captain came out on deck, as soon as it was possible to do so with any chance of safety. The scene was now awful and terrifying. A pitchy darkness had succeeded, the cataract of fire, pierced only fitfully by the flames from the fated city. St. Pierre was blazing from every quarter, and as the flames rose higher, by their lurid light the doomed inhabitants could be seen, wildly running from place to place, vainly seeking a way to escape, and even above the roar of the flames could be heard their piercing shrieks of agony and despair. By heroic efforts the ship was saved and reached St. Lucia after 7 hours. Every part of the vessel was heaped with ashes like powdered pumice stone. There was not a square inch of her deck but was strewn with them. When one came to realize that when these ashes descended on the ship they were aglow, some idea could be formed of the awful nature of the danger through which the vessel had come. Moving slowly about were a few gray figures, clothes, hair, and beard covered with the same coating of ash. They looked like men suddenly stricken with age. One of these gray figures came up to the ship's agent as he went aboard. "You don't know me?" And indeed it was hard to recognize this seemingly old man, with face all scorched and blackened, hands held up helplessly, swollen to 3 times their natural size, and burned and blistered cruelly. Only his voice betrayed him. "Why, Captain, you have come through an awful time." "Aye, sir, from hell's gates. But look to the others. I'm all right." Ended section 121. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 122 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia as the narrator.
Jim Locke as the Major.
And Monica is Gomez.
The World Story, Volume 11. Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 122. The Court of Justice of General Gomez, 1895, by Grover Flint. Gomez was a native of Santo Domingo. At one time he served in the Spanish army, but he felt so indignant at Spanish methods that he left the army and became a planter. In the Revolution of 1895 he was put at the head of the Cuban forces, but when the Americans landed, he placed his followers at their disposal. The Editor. Rain fell intermittently day and night during the last week in May, and the forest trails became sloughs, wherein horses splashed to their knees, covering the backs of riders ahead with black mud. The rivers were swollen, and in the shallowest fords water rippled above the saddle girths, and your mount fought for a footing. Marches were therefore short, and made in the mornings. Of afternoons Gomez had offenders from all parts brought before him, and the journey was like riding the circuit with a British magistrate of the last century. Evil-doers were run to ground, and machates were punished. In Camagüey many officers had become demoralized. They were not hard-pressed enough to fight in self-defense, and they grew fond of ease in camp and cottage. Samples of discipline like the following were common. Scene. A bit of worn canvas stretched on poles between two palms. Beneath it, Gomez, in a hammock, with Colete, sitting in the grass, writing at his side. Rosa, Miguelito, and half a dozen alert ayudantes in background. Soldiers and assistentes in groups to right and left. Enter, in a cloudburst of geniality and clean linen, fat elderly man, with white moustache and red face. He gives his horse to an assistente. He wears a shiny pistol belt and cross-belt with the stars of a major, top boots, and silver-mounted machete.
Ah, citizens, gentlemen, my respects to you all. My respects to the Commander-in-Chief. I report at my General's order. I trust my General is well?
Removes his hat and bows before headquarters. Gomez testily.
Lift up the tent. Let me see the man. I can't see the fellow.
Arranges his spectacles and peers from beneath canvas.
Ah, indeed, a commandante. How many men have you?
About 50, my General.
Gomez, raising his voice.
Answer my question directly. How many men have you?
The Major, embarrassed.
Just 55, my General, and 40 rifles.
Are your men well, in good health? Have they ammunition?
Excellent, my General, with some 40 rounds per man.
How near does your family live?
The Major, in mild astonishment.
2 leagues, my General.
Go to them today. Prepare your equipment, turn over your men and your arms to Colonel Bosa at once. Tomorrow I will send you to Pinar del Rio, to Maceo, where there is fighting, where you will have to fight.
My General.
Monday you allowed the Spanish convoy to pass through your district without attacking them. You have men, you have arms and ammunition. You are strong. How is this?
But, my General, I did not know they were coming.
But you should know. It is your business to know. I knew. Everyone knew. The assistentes knew. It is easy enough to go one way and let the Spaniards go another.
Rising and addressing his officers.
Here, who wants an assistente? Here's a good, strong man for an assistente. But no, you must fight. You shall be a private soldier. Tear off those stars which you disgrace. You are a common soldier.
But, my General, remember my services in the last war. I fought in the 10 Years' War.
The more shame you. This is as if I said I had money, but I spent it. I had health, but I lost it. Do you think the war is already over? It is not when a man comes here saying, I am of ancient family, or I am a college professor, or I am a millionaire, that he is respected, but only when he can say, I fight. White or black or yellow, I fight is a man's glory here. We respect men for service alone, and your service does not entitle you to respect. Oh, I have heard of you many times before. It is my duty as Commander-in-Chief to make you fight as a common soldier. Here, Colonel Bossa, take this private soldier away.
And before the column was halfway through Camagüey, a major and 3 captains were privates of the escolta. End of section 122. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 123 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico and the West Indies, read for LibriVox.org by Monica M.C. Execution Wall, Havana. Photograph, page 568. Adjoining Morro is Fort Cabañas, of the same general order of architecture. Wonderful architecture, rambling but symmetrical. Morro was built beginning in 1587, and Cabañas was built in 1763 to 1774. Where so many patriots were executed, the Cuban government has set a tablet in the wall, which is chipped by the bullets of the executioners, and surrounded it by an iron fence. It was the habit to stand prisoners facing the wall and then shoot them in the back. The picture shows a number of the dead on the ground, and one soldier standing in the act of turning and defying his executioners with the challenge, "You shall not shoot me in the back." Above this is the angel of peace, extending the laurel wreath. Thomas Rees. End of section 123. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 124 of Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico and the West Indies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story Volume 11. Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico and the West Indies. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 124. How Freedom Came to Puerto Rico. 1898. By William Dinwiddie. Spain formally released Puerto Rico from her sovereignty at 12 o'clock on Tuesday, October 18th, 1898, by the withdrawal of the troops from the capital city of San Juan. It was the breaking of the last tie which has bound the easternmost fertile isle of the Western Hemisphere to a galling yoke of tyranny and taxation for nearly 400 years. The dawn of this memorable day in Puerto Rican history came clear, colorless and hot. Not a cloud dotted the sky, and as the sun rose toward the zenith, the narrow, brick-paved street of San Juan quivered with moist heat, and in the breathless air the surging crowds elbowed one another for positions of vantage within the narrow shadows of noonday. 2 days before the ceremony, every hotel in the town was crowded to its utmost capacity, and on the night before the evacuation, strangers slept 3 and 4 together in the tiny dark rooms, whose only source of light was the stained-glass doors opening into a central rotunda, suffering all night long from an infestation of humming, insatiable mosquitoes. In the harbour lay a Spanish transport, ready to carry home the soldiers, while outside, on a calm ocean, lay our ships loaded with blue-uniformed men, waiting for the moment when the booming of the midday gun was to sound the death knell of Spanish supremacy and give Puerto Rico to the American government. At daybreak on Tuesday, the last callings of the Spanish bugles rang through the town from the cuartels of San Cristobal and Morro, and 1,600 Spanish soldiers prepared to march through the massive walled portals, down the narrow streets of the town, and out to the westward suburban town of Santurce, where they were to camp temporarily until the arrival of a second Spanish steamer. But through the courtesy of General John R. Brooke, commanding our forces, they were granted permission to remain in their barracks until all the Spanish transports arrived. A surrender of the conquered to the conqueror is a sad function from its very nature, but in this instance it was far more than sad. It was the acme of human misery, arising, however, not from the hurt done to martial spirit, but from the annihilation of happy homes. The Spanish soldiers and Guardia Civil have married largely among Puerto Rican women, and have become factors in the domestic life of the island. The evacuation program did not provide for a condition like this, so the Spaniard went back to his own country, though only for a time perhaps, and his wife and children must weep and go hungry until his return. As if in answer to the shrill blasts of Spanish bugles, came the deeper notes of our own echoing back from without the city limits, and soon the steady, sturdy tramp of our own stalwart men resounded between the low walls of the city streets. We were going to cheer our country's flag and glory in our new possessions. Well, no one knows what the Spanish soldiers felt, a mixture perhaps of pleasure in going back to their hillside vineyards, of heartache at leaving their loved ones, and of well-marked hatred for those who had broken Spain's arrogant power. As the hour of 12 drew near, American soldiers stood before the white front of the balconied home of past Spanish governor-generals, and in the plaza before the Chamber of Deputies and the City Hall, and again at the gates of the castles of Moro and San Cristobal, patiently awaiting the coming of the hour. Around them at all these places were gathered queer, interesting, and withal motley crowds of American tourists and newspaper men, of well-dressed Spanish and Puerto Rican merchants and landholders. Little talk was indulged in, and enthusiasm, if there was any, was withheld from active expression. The minutes were passed in hushed waiting, a straining of eyes toward the bare flagpoles, and a nervous consultation of watches. Now it was coming, and a long-drawn breath sighed through the packed crowds, followed by the first uneasy shuffling of feet. The cry of "Attention!" caused every soldier to straighten rigidly on his heels, except a few poor fellows who had dropped, weak and sweltering, under the fierce heat of the sun, and lay uncaring beneath the shaded walls. The newsmen craned their necks in eager expectancy, and the click of adjusted camera shutters could be heard from every point of elevation. At each flagstaff a shoulder-strapped man stood grasping the flag halyards, trying them now and again, in fear lest they might fail at the critical moment, and from their high-perched positions they watched the clock-towers or looked seaward toward the bold, rugged, fortified castles for the first flash of fire and smoke from the great black guns. Ding! And the little sweet-toned bell of a nearby cathedral sang the first stroke of 12. It was overpowered in its first vibrations by the deep bellowing clang of the great bell on the City Hall. They answered each other in rhythmic chime, the ponderous and the weak, one after another, until the last echoing thrill of 12 made Puerto Rico ours. The stars and stripes rose gently over every building, and were wafted by a new-born breeze, as if in sympathy with the rousing cheers of the surging Americans beneath, and as if in salutation to the roaring guns which belched their smoke far to seaward, as they boomed out the 21 shots of honor and of freedom. It was a deeply impressive ceremony, done without ostentatious display, done without gold-laced uniforms or martial panoply, but well done. The very simplicity of the celebration appeals to American hearts. Our attitude was not that of the dictator, but of the protector. No bombastic speeches wounded the still sensitive Spanish pride, no great military pomp caused the teeth of a vanquished enemy to grind in hidden rage. We raised our flag softly, proudly, if you like, but we raised it with an outstretched hand of friendship. With the floating of our flag over Spain's provincial capital of San Juan, the United States became not only the master of a veritable Garden of Eden, but the possessor of a vast amount of government property. In the cities of the whole island permanent structures have been erected in the nature of buildings for officials, barracks for soldiers, many hospitals, and on the seacoast massive stone forts. In San Juan itself our prizes include 2 wonderful stone forts, whose grey moss-covered walls tell a story of antiquated defences, which would, however, even now offer a very material protection against modern projectiles. On them were mounted 56 guns, new and old, 28 of which are fairly modern 6-inch breech-loading rifled guns, and 4 modern mortars. In the magazines were stored immense quantities of powder and ammunition. In fact, shortly before war was declared, an entire shipload of the most approved projectiles was landed at San Juan, and now belongs to our government. Again in this city we now own a 5-storied infantry barracks, which has been constructed during the last 5 years, and will hold 100,000 men. It was damaged badly, but not beyond repair, during the 3 hours naval bombardment of the city, when it was believed that Cervera's fleet lay in hiding in the harbor. There are 2 other immense barracks, but they are of old Spanish architecture, the Cuartel San Cristobal and the Marine Barracks. The United States also owns a new city hall and a great public building, the Intendencia, both facing the plaza of the city. The value of our entire acquisitions runs up into millions of money, which have been expended by Spain in furnishing homes for her soldiers and her officials, and in the vain attempt to protect and hold the colonial possessions, even though in years gone by she has valiantly and successfully repelled all assailants. The American officers who had the honor of raising the flags at San Juan were Major J.T. Dean at the Governor's Palace, Colonel Goethals of the Engineer Corps over the Intendencia, Major Carson of the Quartermaster's Department at the City Hall, and Major Day in command of the battery of the 5th Artillery over Morro Castle. Major Day also raised the first American flag floated at Ponce. Few troops took active part in the ceremony. 2 battalions of the 11th Infantry at different points, Troop A of the 6th Cavalry at the Palace, and the 5th Heavy Artillery at Morro and San Cristobal. All the afternoon, however, the soldiers were marching from camps without the city's limits, until at nightfall several thousand men were scattered through the town. On Monday night, at every street corner, stood the Spanish Guardia Civil, the official tyrant of the island, while sentries of the Spanish army were posted near all government buildings. When Tuesday's sunset came, our armed soldiers paced back and forth over the selfsame posts, while the Spanish soldiers, without guns, though armed with bayonets, wandered through the town as aliens, or gathered in clusters in animated discussion. It was a curious metamorphosis. Almost at the moment that the brilliant planet Venus shone faintly in the waning light of evening, a great gun on Morro Castle, manned by men in blue, belched forth a farewell salute to day. The long white curls of smoke were wafted eastward slowly out to sea, and as its billows ascended high in the air, the sinking sun tinted their topmost crest with rosy light. An omen, it was said, that the black cloud of Spanish cruelty had passed away, and in its stead had dawned the pearl and rose-colored promise of future happiness for Puerto Rico. End of section 124. This recording is in the public domain. End of The World Story, A History of the World in Story, Song and Art, Volume 11, Canada, South America, Central America, Mexico and the West Indies, edited by Eva March Tappan.